and the most vibrant blue and aqua water the Pacific has to offer. How did this become my life? In less than a year, I've been homeless, stuck in a terrible relationship, buried in debt, hired by a couple who have changed my life forever, lost a dear friend, married, and now I'm traveling the world. The freaking world, taking photographs with a woman who is my spirit animal. So, you never told me. Leah clicks through the photos on her camera as we're driven back to the hostel just after sunset. Who are you leaving behind? I mean, when we met in New York, you casually said nobody, and I let it slide at the time. But everyone has someone they leave behind if they move, travel the world. She glances over at me with a wrinkled nose, one nostril pierced with a small gold loop. Or die. On a tiny laugh, I nod several times. True, I suppose. I left behind a cat named Harry Potter and what? Or who? Zach, my husband. Can I tell her that? And? I shake my head and stare out my window at the fading shoreline. I have a mom who I haven't seen in years. No other family that I know of. Who's taking care of Harry Potter? A friend. A roommate, I suppose. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Leah sets her camera on her lap and shifts her body, giving me her full attention. A friend? A roommate, you suppose? That's the story I want. Spill. I want every detail. I deserve every detail. We are spending the next year together. No secrets. When I hook up with someone, you'll know about it. When I'm having my period, you'll know about it. No personal boundaries. Sorry. I give her a long look for several seconds, but she's right. A year is a long time in any relationship. I've been staying with a couple who hired me to clean their house. They discovered I was living out of my car and insisted I stay with them. Susie, the wife, died of cancer at the end of summer, and I bite my lips together for a breath. Now I'm living with Zach, her husband. Whatever. He's taking care of Harry Potter for me. Leah's lips twist to the side for a second. An older couple? Older than me. You're 24, so technically 25, my age, is older than you. They're in their 30s. Well, she was. She died. He's obviously still alive and watching my cat. After a few slow blinks, her head cocks to the side. You're living with a man in his 30s. His wife died, and you're still living in their house? When she says it, it sounds weird. It doesn't feel weird. Okay, maybe a little weird. Just temporarily, I became good friends with his wife. She wanted me to look after him. With a slow raise of her eyebrows, she gives me several exaggerated blinks. She found her replacement before she died. What? I shake my head. No, that's not it at all. Do they have children? I shake my head. Wake up! Susie chose you to replace her, to give her husband a new life and lots of babies. You are the healthy, fertile, young chosen one. My face fills with heat as I avert my gaze to the rearview mirror, wondering if the driver is paying attention to our conversation. No, I say in a soft voice. Nice try. Is Zach sexy? This makes the driver shoot me a quick glance in his mirror. I immediately slide my gaze back to Leah. He's fine, I guess. He was my friend's husband. I don't look at him like that. Liar. She grins. I know. Deep down, I know I'll end up telling her about the marriage, but not now. Not on our first day of a long adventure. Chapter 23. Emerson. Hawaii, Fiji, New Zealand, Tanzania, Australia. 5 islands in 12 weeks. 12 weeks of missing Zach and Harry Potter, but mostly Zach. He's my #1 fan on Instagram, always liking my posts and commenting with something like, nice tan, or a restaurant recommendation because he's traveled to so many of the same places. We talk on the phone on those rare occasions that our schedules allow, like tonight. While it's night for me here in Australia, it's early morning for Zach. I bite my tongue every time we talk because the first words that want to sprint from my mouth are always, "I miss you so much." "You're stamping your passport with a few places I haven't been. Not gonna lie, I'm getting a little envious of you," he says the second I answer his call. "You haven't been to Australia?" I find that hard to believe, I say instead of my desperate, "I miss you so much." "I've been to Australia, but I haven't traveled to Fiji or Tanzania." It thrills me to know that I've experienced places Zach has never visited. In a weird way, it makes me feel older than I am, experienced and mature. It's a dream. I keep waiting for someone to wake me up and tell me I can't sleep in this parking lot. Zach doesn't say anything. Is it too early for the homeless jokes? I have to laugh at my life to really appreciate where I am at the moment. "You photographed a wedding last weekend," he says. Yes. Oh my God. It was unplanned, like this whole trip seems to be. But the circumstances around the wedding gig are almost too crazy to be true. But it is true. Total luck on their part. We were minding our own business, sipping drinks on the beach while watching a wedding, maybe 50 yards down the way from us. And no joke, the photographer just collapsed as the bride was making her way to her groom. Apparently, he was diabetic, and we were told he'd be fine, but it left the couple with no one to take photos. So, leave it to Leah to traipse up to the couple in her bikini, holding her drink in one hand and her camera slung across her body, and say, "My friend and I can snap a few photos if you'd like." So we did, in our bikinis. The couple insisted they pay us something, but Leah said they didn't have to pay us anything if they would sign a photo release and let us post the photos on our website and social media. "Good timing," Zach says. His voice makes me miss him even more. "How have you been feeling? Are you taking your medication? Getting plenty of sleep? Staying hydrated?" I roll my eyes. "Yes, Dad." "Who are you talking to?" Leah asks as she opens the door to our tiny room after using the shared bathroom at the hostel here in Sydney. I give her a duh look because she knows I only have one person to call, unlike her. Leah has a huge family spread all around the U.S., plus her unofficial extended family, aka friends, she's made around the world while traveling. I think she has lovers in at least a dozen countries as well. I didn't see her much in Fiji because of a sexy man named Net that she calls Ned. When my eye roll confirms who I'm talking to, Leah makes a few exaggerated hip thrusts, being her usual obnoxious self. I love her. "Leah just walked into the room," I tell Zach. "But I can leave if you two want to have phone sex," she yells. Dead. Right here, I'm in my grave. She had way too much wine with dinner. "Oh my God!" I shoot her an evil glare while flying off the single bed and straight out of the room. "She's drunk," I spew out in desperation while finding a private alcove in the garden area on the back side of the hostel. Zach chuckles, but it sounds forced. Awkward. "So, how's your family? Have you been taking flowers to Susie?" I rarely mention Susie's name, but after the phone sex comment from Leah, I search for literally any change in subject. "They're good. Aaron just got engaged." "What? Are you serious?" "Yup. I guess when you know, you know." I nod to myself when another pregnant pause settles on the line between us. He doesn't elaborate or say anything about taking flowers to Susie. "Tell him congratulations, and I can't wait to meet his fiancé." "I will." "So, it's your birthday tomorrow, old man." Zach laughs. "It is." "What you doing for your birthday?" "Working." I frown. "Figures. Will your crew be throwing you a party?" "We actually went out tonight since we don't fly out until tomorrow morning, and we can sleep in tomorrow morning." "Okay," I giggle. "You're drunk. It's morning there. I mean, you went out last night, not tonight. Or are you predicting the future?" "No, we went out tonight. I'm a little buzzed, but not drunk. It's..." He pauses for a second. "Just a little before 11 p.m. I glance at my watch. It's 10:55 p.m. "I told you I'm working. I'm a pilot. I fly around the world. Don't always assume I'm in Atlanta. You're in my time zone. I am, he says coolly, so matter-of-factly. I love Sydney in April. Zachary Hayes! Oh my God! Oh my God! You're in Sydney? Are you kidding me? This is not funny. He chuckles some more as I pace 3 feet back and forth at least a dozen times. No joking. I was going to see if you were available for brunch tomorrow. Yes, of course. Where? When? My hotel has a good buffet. I'll text you the address and my room number. 10 sound okay? Absolutely. I can't wait. I've missed you. I stutter with my words as they trip over my emotions scattered everywhere. I'm a mess, and thrilled, and excited, and anxious beyond words. I won't be able to sleep. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Emerson. Yeah? I try to control my ragged breaths and the exhausting racing of my heart racking against my chest. I've missed you too. I'm not sure why those 4 words send tears streaming down my face, but they do. It's kindness and friendly affection. Friendly. We are friends. Married friends, but still friends. And friends can miss each other. Lately, the one thing I seem to do better than taking photographs is missing Zach. If missing him came with a paycheck and health insurance, I'd be set for life. I'll, see you in the morning. Good night, he says. As soon as I return to the room, Leah sits up ramrod straight in bed. I need the deets. All of them. And don't be coy like there's nothing to share because you left the room. You've never left the room while talking to him. You yelled the words, phone sex. What was I supposed to do? Leah bats her wild, curly black hair out of her face. He's the reason you're not hooking up with anyone, isn't he? I grab my toothbrush and toothpaste and head toward the bathroom, ignoring her question. When I return, she's still eyeing me, so I don't look at her. When's the last time you got some? Leah asks. Some what? She blows out a long breath. Dick. When's the last time you got some dick? I remove my jeans and bra and slip on a tank top. Before we left for Hawaii. Zach? What? I force a quick glance in her direction. If it was right before we left for Hawaii, was it Zach or a random hookup? I shake my head and climb into bed, shutting off the lights as quickly as possible. Wasn't Zach. We're just friends. And I didn't say I hooked up right before we left. It was with my ex-boyfriend. The gym guy? Yeah. Emerson? That was last summer. Are you saying you haven't had sex since last summer? It's no big deal. I was busy helping take care of Susie. Then the holidays, then you hired me. Just so much life has happened. I'm not buying your excuse, but whatever. So, what's new with Zach? My heart hasn't stopped its impossibly fast sprint since he told me his location. I'm shocked Leah can't hear me panting. Zach is here. Here? He's in Sydney. He flies out tomorrow night. Tomorrow's his birthday, so if you're good with it, I'm going to have brunch with him at his hotel. The light turns on. A wide-eyed, tangle-haired Leah stands at the foot of my bed with her hands on her hips. He's in Sydney? Are you fucking kidding me? Rolling my lips between my teeth, I attempt to stay calm and act unaffected as I nod several times. Why are you here? She asks. Brunch isn't until 10. Why are you here? She cocks her head to the side. It's after 11 at night. Why are you here? Sitting up, I slowly inch my head side to side. Leah grins. You fell in love with your friend's husband. I continue to shake my head. I've listened to you talk about Zach for months. I'm not stupid. You can't convince me that you feel nothing more than friendship toward him. You can't convince me that you're not dying to grab a ride to his hotel right this minute and throw yourself into his arms. My head continues to shake as I hold my breath and listen to Leah verbalize my every emotion. I bet he misses you too. She grins. He doesn't miss me the same way, I whisper, slowly showing her my feelings. Does he know how you miss him? No. Then how can you possibly know how he misses you? Because he lost his wife, and I don't think his heart is capable of even coming close to having feelings for another woman or missing someone in that way. Well, how will you know if you don't get out of this bed right now and go see him? On a nervous laugh, I run my fingers through my hair. And he opens his hotel room door and asks why I'm there? What do I say? You say you couldn't wait until tomorrow to see him. By the time I get there, it will be midnight, so what then? I see him and he stares at me with tired eyes, which will make me feel bad because he has a job in which he's responsible for hundreds of lives and he needs good sleep. So I say hi, turn around and get a ride back here only to see him again in the morning? Or you crash with him in his hotel room. I shake my head. That's crazy and weird. Leah kneels on the end of the bed and reaches for my hands. What are you afraid of? Nothing. She squeezes my hands. How did you feel when he said he's here in Sydney? I didn't feel... Stop. Just stop. She yanks at my hands until I lift my gaze to hers. Let me see it. See what? Your heart. Your fears. The things you wouldn't dream of ever saying aloud. You need to set them free. I see it in your eyes. It's killing you. After a few blinks, I avert my gaze. I love him, I whisper. But it's complicated. His wife dying isn't complicated. It's life. It's more than that. Cool? She readjusts so she's on her butt with her legs crossed, facing me. I'm listening. I glance at the alarm clock. Unless you have somewhere you need to go. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever done. I throw back the blanket and climb out of bed. And I've done many stupid things, I say, pulling on a t-shirt and jeans. We have a tour at 2 tomorrow. Be back by 1. I tug on my brown leather ankle boots and glance up at her. I'll probably be back in less than 2 hours when he sends me back here so he can sleep. I doubt it, she says just as I open the door. I take my 1-ton bundle of nerves and anxiety and drag it to the front of the hostel, where I order a ride to the hotel address he texted me. Silent laughter and my own crazy assumption echoes in my head all the way to his hotel, all the way to his room, where I stand with a shaky fist held an inch from his door. I'm so scared. Oxygen feels in short supply at the moment. Knock, knock. I tip my chin down, knowing he's going to look through the peephole to see me before he opens the door. Frightened out of my fucking mind isn't a good look, so I hide my face from sight until the door eases open. Zach rubs his tired eyes, while mine focus on his naked chest and black running shorts. Emerson. His voice holds as much exhaustion as the rest of his body. This was a terrible decision, even if my entire chest is ready to explode, because it's been too long since I've seen him in person. I couldn't sleep, and I thought with the huge time difference that maybe you couldn't either, but clearly you can, so I'll just come back at 10. I turn. Emerson. I stop with my back to him, my breath held hostage to the point of pain. It's so fucking good to see you, he says with such relief to his words. All that relief rips the rawest emotions from me as I turn and throw my arms around him while I cry. Again. Those better be happy tears. Keeping my face buried in his neck, I nod and sniffle. You've lost weight. I don't think you had weight to lose. He releases me, and I quickly wipe my face. I know his worry comes from genuine concern. He watched Susie lose weight until she lost her last breath. Traipsing around the world, hiking, swimming, paddleboarding, it's a little more exercise than cleaning houses and stopping at the gym for an hour several times a week, I say. He closes the door behind us as I mosey into his room that's just a bed, a desk, and a single chair by the window. I'll eat several days' worth of food at brunch if it makes you feel better, but when I reach the window, I turn and slide my hands into my front pockets as he pulls on a t-shirt. Physically, I've never felt better. Lots of vitamin D. A small smile steals his lips. You're quite tan. Makes your hair look white. I frown. It's been thoroughly bleached by the sun. It looks good on you. You look good. That familiar blush blooms along my cheeks. Thanks. So do you. 34 looks good on you. Happy birthday, by the way. Zach glances at the clock on his nightstand and nods. What a great birthday present. He returns his attention to me. I told Leah it was a stupid idea to come here in the middle of the night. I shrug because I don't know what to say or do next. We're in a hotel room after midnight, and things start to feel awkward quickly. Want to see what's on TV? He gestures toward the screen on the console. Sure. Zach plunks down on the bed, leaning against the headboard, and turns on the TV. I lower into the chair. He chuckles. You can't see the TV from there. Sit next to me. It's fine. I'll just scoot it over a bit. I try to move the chair, but it doesn't scoot well along the carpet. I don't bite. I glance up and shoot him a smile that matches my uneasiness. I know. Giving up on the chair, I sit on the other side of the bed and toe off my boots before stretching my legs out and leaning against the headboard next to him. I want to hear all about your travels thus far. He turns on a 24-hour news channel. I've told you everything on our calls and texts, I laugh. You tell me Leah has a new guy at every location, but you never share your social life. He flips through more channels, keeping his gaze on the TV. I fear I took the wrong job for finding a husband. A real one, or, well, you know what I mean. It's hard to find more than random hookups when you're not in one place very long. He says nothing for a few seconds, then he exhales slowly. You're young. I think traveling the world and finding random hookups is the point at your age. That's what I did. I let his advice, confession, whatever it is, I let it settle for a minute before responding. I'm not exactly hooking up with random guys. I haven't decided if that's my thing yet, which is strange because that's all I knew from my mom while growing up. So, if you were a man whore at my age, I shrug and grin. That's on you, Zachary. Really? He turns his head to give me his narrow-eyed gaze. Man whore? That's what you're going with? I give him a quick side-eye before returning my gaze to the TV, crossing my arms over my chest. If the shoe fits. It doesn't fit. A whore is a person who gets paid for sex. If you're not hooking up with anyone because you don't know what to charge, then I think we need to talk. Shut up, I grin. That's not it. Climbing off the bed, I help myself to his minibar. That's not complimentary, he says. I shrug. It is if my name's not on the room. I twist off the top to a small bottle of red wine and down half of it as Zach's eyes widen a fraction with each gulp I take. What can I get you? I'm good. I drank too much earlier when I went out with my crew. I nod and down more wine. Did you not have wine with Leah? You said she was drunk. When I feel confident a new round of courage is close to reaching my veins, I set the bottle down on the desk and sit on the edge. I had wine. He nods toward the bottle. But that's better. Grunting a laugh, I shake my head. No, that's awful shit. Zach chuckles, and I feel it in my belly. Then why drink it? Because I should leave, but I haven't been here that long, so leaving now would make my whole middle-of-the-night trip here seem crazy. That shot of courage is making its way into my bloodstream at an unprecedented speed. I'm already saying the quiet part out loud. So you're biding your time by drinking shitty wine? No, I'm hoping I pass out soon and don't have to make an uncomfortable exit. When that happens, just slip a pillow under my head. I'll be fine on the floor. Emerson, if you leave now, I'll still be glad you came. It's not crazy that you came. With a sharp nod, I slowly say, okay, but what if I don't leave? Would that be crazy? He lifts one shoulder into a slow shrug. I'm not sure crazy is the right word. I yawn and drag my feet toward the bed. That was the perfect amount of wine for me to just lie down and not feel guilty for my trip here. I'm tired, Zach, I mumble, closing my eyes. And I've missed you, I say a little softer, as the warmth from the wine spreads through my body. I've missed. I teeter on the edge of sleep, feeling barely coherent. My husband. Rolling to the side facing him, I force my eyes open halfway as he scoots down, facing me on his side. He doesn't say anything. Nothing really needs to be said. We're two friends, wading through the stages of grief, finding comfort in each other's friendship. Just friend stuff. Unfortunately, that partial bottle of wine overrules my silence. Susie wanted this, I whisper. Zach remains silent, just an unreadable expression, and his soulful eyes staring back at me. She wanted me to take care of you. My eyes blink heavily as I inch my face closer to his. Zach doesn't blink. Not once. He doesn't move. I'm not sure he's breathing. I like taking care of you, but I hate missing you. I barely register my own voice. I'm unsure if I'm thinking the words or saying them. You're such a good man. The wine lets me lean in the final 2 inches, pressing my lips to his. It's not really a kiss, because neither one of us move our mouths or any other parts of our bodies for that matter. I close my eyes and fall into a dream state. In the morning, he's gone. His suitcase is here, but he's not here. No note, no text on my phone. Maybe he decided to eat breakfast without me. As I sit on the edge of the bed and rub my head, it comes back to me. I kissed him. Sort of. What does that even mean? I pressed my lips to his. That's a kiss, right? It was less of a kiss than our wedding, our marriage ceremony, but more of a kiss than had I just kept my lips to myself. Had I left the hotel instead of opening that bottle of wine from the minibar, had I stayed at the hostel, had I not fallen in love with my friend's husband, had I not fallen in love with my husband. Shit. I leap off the bed and shove my feet into my boots, grab my phone, and bolt toward the door before he comes back from wherever. I kissed him. Shit. I kissed him, and it was a stupid thing to do. Way to ruin your marriage by kissing your husband. Throwing open the door, I'm stopped in my pursuit by a tall, sweaty Zachary Hayes with his shirt draped over his bare torso, shorts riding extra low on his hips, running shoes just inches from the toes of my brown boots. In a hurry? He asks. I wasn't sure where you went, and I know you fly out tonight, and I probably kept you awake with my snoring, so I have no idea if I snore or not, and I'm sure he knows I'm frantically talking out of my ass because I kissed him. I guess what I'm saying is, we don't need to have brunch. I mean, we get to see each other, and I'm sure we'll run into each other again sometime, right? He smirks. I forgive you for kissing me. Now, can we do brunch at 10 and forget about shitty minibar wine and meaningless mistakes? My lips part as my jaw makes a slow descent to the floor. I'm not sure how to respond. Forgive me? Meaningless mistake? I need a new husband. Who am I kidding? Zach isn't my husband. He's Susie's husband. I'm like the child they adopted. Only they couldn't adopt a 23-year-old, so Zach married me to give me health insurance, which is basically like illegal or fraudulent adoption of an adult. And maybe I don't need a husband, real or otherwise. Maybe what I do need is a meaningless mistake. The kind that doesn't require an apology and doesn't have to feel like an actual mistake. Yeah, I whisper, wrapping a bandage around my delicate heart and tucking it away from Zach's reach. We can do brunch, and I appreciate your forgiveness. I wasn't thinking at all. Stupid wine. His smirk transforms into a full smile. I can't tell if it's genuine or not because I'm too focused on my own fake reaction to his words. I'm too focused on finding the quickest way to hook up with literally any decent single guy so my delusional mind can recalibrate with reality again. You weren't making much sense. A lot of mumbling. You weren't yourself. See you back here soon? I nod slowly. Sure, I'll, just meet you downstairs at the buffet. Sounds good.
Chapter 24. Zach. Rules, protocol, guidelines. I need something. Minimal thought was involved in my decision to request this flight to Sydney. After months of following Emerson's posts on social media, I needed to see her. Really see her. Why? Well, I'm still trying to figure that out. Now I've seen her. Now I know how her lips feel against mine. That's not why I came here. I feel like I need to apologize to Suzanne. It's stupid, but feelings are exempt from any sort of reason or justification. Emerson had too much wine. She said some crazy shit. I was tired. She was confused. Period. It doesn't have to be awkward. Maybe I requested this flight because being close to Emerson makes me feel close to Suzanne. But I don't think that's it. I took this flight for the same reason Suzanne couldn't get enough of Emerson. She doesn't look at me like a guy who lost his wife. Emerson didn't look at Suzanne like a woman dying from cancer. I didn't fully understand the importance of that feeling until now. So, have I flown to the other side of the earth to feel alive again? It's looking like the most honest explanation. After I get out of the shower, there's a text from Emerson. I can't make it to brunch. Leah has a tour scheduled. Happy birthday. Safe flight home. Reading it 3 times, I grapple with the disappointment I feel. We didn't say goodbye. With my next breath, I call her. Hi! She answers as if she's excited, maybe even a little surprised to hear from me. Hey, last-minute tour? I ask. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Leah is too. What time will you be done? We didn't get to say goodbye. There's a long pause. Em? She clears her throat. Unfortunately, not until later. And Leah and I have plans tonight. She's fixing me up with a friend of a friend. A date. That's good, right? Another pause holds the line for several seconds. Sure, that's good. Be careful. Be smart. Yep, she says with a clipped voice. Em? Are you happy? Her silence feels more honest than her next words. Yes, Zach, I'm happy. I've never been happier in my life. I'm glad. I needed to hear that. Let me know when you decide where you're going next. Maybe we can meet up again. Sure. Bye, Em. Bye, she whispers. I stare at my phone screen for several seconds before tossing it aside and pulling on a t-shirt. Plunking onto the edge of the bed, my head drops and my eyes close on a deep exhale. Marrying Emerson wasn't supposed to be anything more than the gift of insurance and cheap flights. Doing the right thing for the right reason. Yet here I am, sulking in a hotel room in Australia because I have a wife who is not Suzanne. A wife whose happiness is not my responsibility. I really need to stop thinking the word wife when thinking about Emerson. Different kind of wife, different emotions, different mentality.
Emerson. Standing in the corner of the hostel lobby, sharing space with a tropical plant, I stare at my phone screen. Zach sounded overly concerned or something. God, I hate this. It's too late. I don't need a father. And he's not my husband, even if the state of Georgia thinks otherwise. Zach needs me to be happy. I hear it in his voice. A tightness, a hint of agony. Susie asked me to watch out for him, so that's what I'm doing. He gave me a chance at a new life. I'll give him peace of mind in return. It's not a lie, not completely. I am happy. But it also proves just how shitty my life has been for this agonizing time in said life to be the happiest I've ever been. Back before brunch? Wearing a green facial mask, Leah glances up from her computer. It's not until 10, and I need to shower. But I'm not going to brunch. Why not? What happened? I mean, you spent the night with him. That's good, right? If by spend the night you mean I drank too much wine from the minibar, said too much, pressed my lips to his in what was either not a real kiss or the worst kiss ever, before basically passing out from exhaustion and too much wine, then yes, I spent the night with him. Was it good? No. It was awkward. And this morning, he completely dismissed it. Blamed the kiss, or whatever it was, on the wine and called it a meaningless mistake. But he forgives me, so all is good. I grab my toiletries and open the door to go shower. I can't see him again. Maybe in another 3 months, or 3 years. But the good news? Glancing over my shoulder, I grin. I agree with you. I need dick that doesn't involve my dead best friend's husband. I need dick that has no strings attached. I need... Australian dick, Leah smirks. I nod. Yes, Australian dick. I'm thinking something rugged and confident, but not too clingy. Professional, but free. I'm not paying for dick. Leah giggles as I head to the shower. Sadly, no amount of water can wash off the embarrassment and overall cringeworthiness of my actions last night. Early this morning. Whatever. I took it up the backside once for a shower. What's a one-night stand to take my mind off Zach in comparison to that? I can do meaningless. Maybe I need to do way more meaninglessness after such a heavy experience with Susie and Zach. We spend most of the day in Hunter Valley taking family photos at a vineyard for a couple and their 2 girls, whom Leah met on social media over a year ago. After the family photos, we consume more than our fair share of wine, stuff ourselves with some of the best food I've ever tasted, observe kangaroos in the wild, and scrounge a ride back to Sydney. I'm so glad you decided to do this. Leah attempts to put a few curls in my limp hair with a wide-barreled curling iron. This? I question. The perfect answer to unrequited love is reminding your body that a good orgasm doesn't require deep emotion. A photographer and a philosopher. And it's not love, it's just feelings. Leah giggles. Feelings, whatever. I slip into my version of a little black dress, which is actually a wide-strapped tangerine mini dress with a tie in the back. One dress. That's all I allotted myself since I needed to keep my belongings to one suitcase. My love for fashion rejected the idea of one suitcase. Re-wearing the same 5 outfits? Cringe. Susie would understand. Leah's friends meet us at a bar not too far from the hostel. Noah and Mia let Leah sleep on their couch the last time she visited Sydney. She met them through social media and blindly trusted they weren't going to murder her. If I hadn't lived out of my car, blindly trusting that no one would murder me, I'd be more judgmental. Here they come, Leah whispers, adjusting her version of a little black dress, an off-the-shoulder midi with a hot pink floral fabric that's extremely sheer. Noah's best mates, Peter and Martin, partners at an architecture firm, saunter toward our table. They look like brothers with dirty blonde hair and the sexiest smiles. For the record, I hooked up with one of them. My gaze rips from the hot guys headed toward us and sticks firmly to Leah's painted-on smile. What? Well, which one? I ask frantically as they close the distance to our table. I'm not telling you because I want you to have first choice tonight. I'm fine with either one. What? I yell at her. No! You have to tell me. Leah makes a turning the key gesture at her pursed lips. It's not a game. I don't want to hook up with the same guy she hooked up with on her last visit. As they near the table, I'm forced to smile like I'm not assuming sex is a foregone conclusion. Are they? Did Leah tell Noah and Mia I need to get laid? As Noah stands to greet them with manly hugs, I search for any signs of either one of them eyeing Leah with the, "Hey, I remember you, we had sex," look. A slightly bigger smile, a tiny wink, wandering eyes. Something. I'm doomed. Both men greet Leah like they've met her, which they obviously have, and neither one gives me even the tiniest sign. Maybe she's lying. Maybe she hasn't had sex with either one of them. Or maybe she's had sex with both of them. At the same time. No. Well, maybe. I mean, why not? If I were Leah, I'd embrace every opportunity afforded me. Wait, I am Leah. Single, figuratively, young, free, adventurous, and my husband is in love with memories. I can't compete with those memories. Hi, I smile, pulling myself from the train wreck of thoughts in my head. Noah goes through the introductions. Peter and Martin give me the same level of attention as they give Leah. Maybe it doesn't matter if she slept with one or both of them. Over the next 2 hours, I let Zach fade from my thoughts with the help of a nice Zinfandel. So much Zinfandel. Too much, really. Hey, Peter says as I bump into him after my second trip to the ladies' room. I think it's Peter. Why do they have to look so alike? It might be the Zinfandel. Hey, I say, as my gaze makes a sluggish trip to his face. I don't live too far from here. He rests his hands on my hips. I lean into him out of physical necessity. It's not pretty. There's no disguising his intentions, no suggesting we take a walk, not that I could. Or grab a coffee to sober up, or sip tea and share our life's goals. My mind wants to return to Zach, but I catch it from slipping back into that self-destructive behavior. I need to tell Leah I'm leaving. He nods, wearing a triumphant grin. With nothing more than a quick goodbye to Leah and everyone else at the table, I let Peter, or Martin, take my hand and guide me to the door. To his car. To his apartment. To his bedroom. And I let the rest of the world fade away for a while. I could use some brekkie before we give it another go. How about you? His naked ass saunters out of the bedroom. Sure, I mumble, just before falling asleep. No brekkie for me. Chapter 25. Emerson. Malaysia. #adventure. #love it. I know Zach will see my Instagram post, so I let that be my way of telling him I've arrived in a new location. It's been 3 weeks since I've seen him. 3 weeks since we've talked or texted. He comments on my social media posts, but nothing personal. It's not that I'm hoping he's here in Kuala Lumpur, but I wouldn't complain. He isn't the easiest guy to erase from my mind. Not that I want to forget him. I'd just like to go more than a few hours without thinking about him. When Zach doesn't respond right away to my most recent post, I assume he's in flight or sleeping. Zach, Leah asks as we lug our suitcases onto the subway. Yeah, no, I laugh. Instagram, so indirectly, Zach. Thought it might be kind of me to post that I'm no longer in Australia. He asked me to let him know where I was going. How nice of you. What's that supposed to mean? I narrow my eyes as we find a spot to stand next to an older couple sharing kind smiles with us. Leah shrugs. It just means you're awfully nice to a guy who doesn't feel the same way about you. I don't know how he feels. I avert my gaze to the window. And you don't know how I feel. I had no issue hooking up with Martin. Peter, she corrects me. I wince. Peter Martin. My point is, I'm being a kind friend. He cares about me in his own way, and when you care about people, you like to know they're safe. Sadly, Zach is the only person who gives a shit about my whereabouts. That's why I gave you his information as my emergency contact. I give a shit? I roll my eyes. Sorry, present company excluded. And I simply posted a pic about my arrival in Malaysia. I hold up my phone so she can see the post. I didn't #missing Zach. I didn't send him a direct message saying I can't stop thinking about what it would be like to have his naked body all over mine. The gentleman next to us clears his throat. He must speak English. I give him an apologetic smile. Leah smirks and lowers her voice. Oh my God. Her perfectly filled-in eyebrows slide up her forehead. You didn't say those things, but you're thinking them? No. Yes, she insists. I giggle. No. And even if I were, it should be... My common sense gets a hold of my rambling tongue. It should be what? Nothing. I shake my head. Something. It's something. But what? Leah angles her head so she's in my face. There's nowhere to avert my gaze anymore. Pressing my lips together, I engage in a silent game of who's going to blink first. I'm usually good at this game. It's how I managed to keep my homelessness a secret for so long. But I don't really want to keep my secret from Leah. I don't have any other friends. Except Zach. This is the one thing I can't tell him, and I need to tell someone before I lose my ever-loving mind. So I blink first. It should be okay for me to think whatever I want of Zach. Leah's eyes narrow a fraction, curiosity drawing lines along her forehead. Because he's my husband. Those lines on her forehead vanish, and a blank expression replaces all confusion, like her heart stopped beating. Like all emotion and coherent thoughts died on impact from my words. "Excuse me?" she whispers. "Legally," I feel the need to put that out there. "Is there any other kind?" The confusion returns as her head cants to the side. I frown. Sadly, yes. I'm lost. We get to our stop, and I nod toward the exit. I'd rather not confess my legal indiscretions around English-speaking people like the old couple. He married me so I could have his health insurance. Leah laughs. "That's crazy, Emerson." "It's not," I murmur. "I need it." I went several years without insurance. If you're young and healthy, the chances of you needing it are slim, unless you get into some sort of accident. And if that's the case, you'll probably die anyway. So, fuck the hospitals. We merge into the sidewalk traffic and head toward our hostel. I have a little condition. It's not a big deal. I take medication for it. You said those were vitamins you take every day. What's your condition? I asked if you had any health issues that could interfere with traveling. It's under control, and it's clearly not interfering with anything. Leah sighs. Is it cancer? No, I laugh. I wouldn't call cancer a little condition. You'd be surprised at how many people who wanted to check a bunch of shit off their bucket list would call cancer a little condition. It's epilepsy. Jesus! No, I laugh again. Not Jesus. Jesus is the response to cancer. Bummer is the response to epilepsy. So at any moment, you could fall to the ground and start seizing? I'm on medication. It shouldn't happen. But if it does, what am I supposed to do? Stay calm? I'll come out of it and be fine. Unless I injure myself like falling into the racks of an open dishwasher. Just don't. Please don't do that, she says. I won't, I laugh. And Zach married you so you'd have insurance? That's fraudulent. She chuckles. Well, yes, but I was going to say incredibly generous. Agreed. He blew my mind when he suggested it. It took me a while to process it and agree to do it. After all, I was so close to Susie, and he prefaced it with how it was basically a charity offer. A legal marriage, but not a real marriage with emotions and sex? I grin. Exactly. I mean, had he legit asked me to marry him, like, for real, I would not have said yes. So I wasn't disappointed that it wasn't a real marriage proposal from him. I was disappointed that it was my first marriage proposal. I was disappointed that my first marriage involved a trip to the courthouse. I was disappointed that 5 minutes after I said I do, my husband headed to the dentist for a routine appointment. I blew out a long breath. It wasn't until after the wedding, after we'd been living together as husband and wife, only not really, that I realized I was, in fact, in love with my husband. Leah points to the white two-story building to our right. And you're allowed to hook up with whomever, whenever? Following her to the main door of the hostel, I nod. Yes, I'm in pursuit of a job with benefits or a husband with, well, I laugh, benefits. As soon as we step inside the hostel, she turns toward me, lowering her voice. But you love Zach. My smile fades as I give her the bad news. I love Zach. Ouch. Her nose wrinkles. I nod slowly. Yeah, ouch. As she gets us checked in, My phone vibrates with a text. Zach. Malaysia is stunning. I'm a little envious. I've only been there once. M. If you're in Kuala Lumpur, just tell me now. Zach. LOL. Sorry. I'm in Detroit waiting for storms to pass. Looks like things might clear by noon. M. Have you visited our girl recently? Zach. Of course. M. Fuchsia tulips? Zach. Of course. M. It's been almost a year since you hired me. Zach. I know. Time flies. M. Unlike you today. Zach. Touché. I stare at the screen. His quick responses make him feel so much closer than he is right now. Half a world away. And he could have liked my post or commented with something generic, but he texted me instead. Things feel a little more normal again. M. We just got checked into the hostel. I have to go. Safe flight. Zach. When do you plan to come home? I grimace, wishing I could feel his words, the emotion, the context. M. Harry Potter missing me? I miss him too. Zach. Yeah, him too. Lucky cat. Him too. Does Zach miss me? Maybe the house needs cleaning. Maybe he misses my cooking. Maybe he misses watching me edit photos the way I miss listening to him play his guitar and sing the lyrics to songs while driving. Maybe it's more. I tamp that thought down before it runs amok. M. I don't know when Leah plans to go home. She's not much of a planner. Zach. All is good at home. Take your time. Be safe. I hit the kiss emoji, then I delete it. I type, XO, delete that too. I have a million unspoken feelings for Zach that I can't share, not even with an emoji. I feel like they would come across as more than a friendly sentiment. The kiss in the hotel room opened me up. I let him see something I wasn't supposed to let him see. Slipping my phone into my pocket, I opt to give him the final word for now. Chapter 26. Emerson. Life with Leah involves beach hopping and tours of breathtaking scenery, live videos on social media, editing photos, phenomenal food, and exquisite wine. Everything is great. Mostly great. You okay? Leah startles me as I comb my hair and contemplate asking her when she plans on making a return trip to the States. But we're a week into our time here, and I'm not ready to spoil anything. Yeah. I smile and toss my brush into my bag. Ready for dinner? She checks her hair in the gold-framed mirror by the pedestal sink as I grab my purse. Definitely. Leon and Andre are going to eat with us. They are? I wasn't expecting this to be a night out with guys. I'm not sure I can be like Leah and have a Peter Martin in every destination. Yes. She eyes me in the mirror and grins. You don't have to sleep with anyone. Now that I know you're married, I feel a little less enthusiastic about being your pimp. And now that I know you thought of yourself as my pimp, I'm feeling a little less enthusiastic about being your employee. Leah giggles and turns toward me. Live it up tonight. We might die tomorrow. My eyes widen as I curl my lips inward and hum. I didn't know death was on our itinerary. I've been told the descent into the Mulu airport is a little heart-thumping. It was that or the boat ride up the river through the snake-infested jungles. And just for the record, if I were here by myself, I'd choose the boat. So don't say I never do anything for you. She winks. I'm not sure if I should be insulted that she thinks I can't handle snakes, or grateful because I can't handle snakes. If I'm going to die abroad, what better place than Gunung Mulu National Park? Caves, vertical cliffs, gorges, and yes, snakes. Don't even bring me home. Find an ancient burial site and add me to the count. Did Leon and Andre invite us, or did you invite them? Her glossed lips twist to the side. I'm not sure. Maybe a bit of both. It just came up in conversation while you were in the shower. Leon and Andre are staying at the hostel as well. Cousins from France who speak fairly good English. Not that it matters, because Leah manages to speak a little bit of every language we've encountered thus far. But if you decide to cheat on your husband again, just know that I'm a little partial to Andre. Funny, but you can have both. And for the record, my husband wants me to cheat on him. He wants me to find his replacement. Leah's smile takes a dive into a pouty frown. That's heartbreaking. It's not heartbreaking. It's life. Let's go. We end up enjoying our night out with Andre and Leon. Their family owns a bakery in Bordeaux. Andre's area of expertise is cake decorating, and Leon's is making sure the books balance every month. We should visit Bordeaux on our European leg, Leah suggests, the second we drop our purses on the floor and collapse onto our beds after dinner. Think so? I say with a little apprehension, wondering when that European leg will be. Before or after we make a return trip to the U.S.? Definitely, she mumbles in a sleepy voice. Okay, I whisper. Tuesday dinner turns into Friday dinner with Leon and Andre, where we tell them all about our exhilarating trip to Gunung National Park. Saturday brunch, Sunday breakfast. And we've officially made new friends for life in Leon and Andre. It's the upside to staying at hostels. Less privacy equals more friendships. Sunday night, we go out to celebrate Leon's birthday. No more, I shake my head when Andre orders another round of shots. I've had my limit. Last one, love, I promise. Andre gives me his irresistible wink, and I cave and take the shot. While we close down the bar, my phone lights up with a call from Zach, his handsome face on my screen. Zach is calling. I stand to find a place less noisy. Who's Zach? Leon asks. Leah giggles. Her husband? I have just enough alcohol in me to not be upset with her. After all, who are Leon and Andre going to tell? Zach's family? The IRS? We haven't consummated the marriage. I roll my eyes, leaving Andre and Leon with Leah and another round of shots while I weave my way through the crowd to the stairs of the swanky rooftop bar. Hello? It's hard to hear. Just a sec. On the main level, the music's loud and the lights are a technicolor of madness for my head. Can you hear me? Emerson? I'm at a bar, I yell. I'm going to step outside, I say, shouldering past people in small groups, people dancing, couples groping each other. My head. Emerson? I feel a little nauseous and dizzy, major vertigo, then nothing. Hey, Em. Leah comes into view. What happened? I wince as I try to lift my head. Something beeps behind me. I'm in the hospital. You had a seizure. She squeezes my hand. At the bar last night. She frowns, and I know what she's thinking. This is the reason she shouldn't have hired me. My head. I reached for it. You needed a few stitches. Your head hit something when you went down. No concussion, thankfully. Don't worry, the nurse said your hair will grow back in that area. You might have to opt for a ponytail or a hat. You can totally pull it off. Great, I mumble. Leah, She shakes her head. It's too late. We're sisters now. I can be upset that you didn't tell me sooner, but then I might not have hired you. And that would have been tragic. Tears fill my eyes. Listen, she cringes. While I was freaking out after I realized the commotion below the rooftop bar was my friend having a seizure, Andre retrieved your phone from the floor, and Zach was still on the line. So... My eyes pinch shut. Zach, I whisper. Yeah, he's on his way. He should be here shortly after they release you, which will hopefully be tomorrow if you're doing okay. How embarrassing. I open my eyes and sigh. I thought this wouldn't happen. You said you were on medication. Guilt fills my chest. I feel terrible for everything. I shake my head. I messed up. I ran out of my pills, and the only way to get more would have been to see a doctor here. But I thought I was fine. I just always think it's fine until it's not. I guess the lack of sleep, the stress over running out of my medication, and too much alcohol were a perfect trifecta. I should have known better. I'm really sorry. I ruined Leon's birthday, and I humiliated everyone. I'm sorry. At least you're okay, and there's no reason to be embarrassed. I should have asked you about your medication after you told me about your condition. That's on me, too. Gazing out the window, the second wave of guilt hits me. Zach is coming. I wish I could stop him. Leah sits on the side of my bed. Do you? Her head tilts to the side. I start to answer, reaffirming my original sentiment about him coming here, but the words die before they reach my lips. Chapter 27. Emerson. After a full day and another night in the hospital, I'm discharged with new medication and instructions to rest for a few days. By dinner, I wake to a dim room at the hostel and a familiar figure. Hey. Zach gives me a reserved, tired smile from the foot of my bed. I wet my dry lips. You shouldn't have come. I'm fine, I whisper. I'm your husband and your emergency contact. I had to come. I'm your husband. Every time I see Zach or hear his voice after we've been apart, a truck crashes into my chest, crumbling the wall I built around my heart to keep my emotions in check. Bet you want to divorce me now, I murmur, stretching to turn on the light by my bed. Zach drags his gaze away from me, a tiny crease forming between his eyebrows. I'd never say that. You don't have to. Why do you think you had a seizure? I lift a single shoulder, and now it's me who can't look at him. I have epilepsy. Comes with the territory. But it shouldn't if you're taking your medication. If you're taking care of yourself. He's too fatherly for me at the moment. Well, I swallow past the lump of anger and regret stuck in my throat. I suppose I'm guilty of not taking care of myself. It's hard to be successful and practice self-care. And it's hard to be at a birthday party for a friend and not have a drink or two. I close my eyes and will away the tears. You should have seen a doctor here. I would have paid for it. I don't want you to pay for it. That comes out a little harsher than I intend. Em. He rests his hand on my foot. It's the whole reason I married you. Dear heart, don't listen to him. It will only make you break into tiny pieces. The whole reason. I know this. I do. Always have. Always will. Still, it doesn't change my feelings no matter how much I want reality to dictate my emotions. Are emotions for unrealistic expectations any less real than all other emotions? Sorry, I whisper. It's getting harder to accept your generosity when I'm not giving anything back to you. At least when I was living in Atlanta, I cleaned your house and helped make meals. I told you, having you on my insurance doesn't affect my life. Bullshit. You're in Malaysia. In case you don't know how far that is from Atlanta, let me help you out. It's on the other side of the globe. Don't say that being married to me, being my emergency contact, my healthcare sugar daddy, and paying off every ounce of my debt doesn't affect you. You're here, and you shouldn't be. Cleaning up my messes. Emerson has a cat. No problem. Zach to the rescue. Emerson is homeless. No problem. Zach to the rescue. Emerson has fucking epilepsy. No problem. Zach to the rescue. Emerson needs insurance. No, I get it. He stands and runs his hands through his hair while pacing the tiny room. I just don't know what you expect me to do. Not care? Not come to your rescue? When you come back to Atlanta, I'll let you clean my whole house. Mow the lawn, pull weeds, wash my car. Whatever you need to do in order to not feel indebted to me. I had sex. If my goal is to silence him, mission accomplished. I don't know what my goal is, why I said that. Am I confessing my, what, infidelity? Okay. He narrows his eyes, pausing his pacing. You don't have to tell me that. We don't have that kind of marriage. I laugh despite the pain tearing at my chest, making it ache more than my head. I know we don't. But I'm attracted to you, and before you freak out, it's nothing. It's everything. He's all I can think about. Lying is the most honest form of self-preservation. It sounds like an oxymoron. It's not. It might be the only form of self-preservation. The truth requires absolute risk. Truth preserves no one or anything but the truth. I shrug. For the record, I have a crush on Michael B. Jordan, KJ Apa, and Charlie Puth, too. My fingers lightly touch the bandage on my head. So, don't read into it. Zach blinks several times. And did you tell them you had sex? Not yet. I'm sure I'll slide into their DMs later. Zach shakes his head slowly, brow wrinkled. Flattered. Grunting, I avert my gaze. My intent isn't to flatter you. Tucking his hands into the back pockets of his jeans, he silently demands my attention. The intensity of his gaze is palpable on my skin. When I inch mine back to his face, he asks, Then, what is your intention? Sitting up straighter, I pull my legs toward me, hugging them to my chest like a shield. Want to know what makes a man really sexy? His cheeks turn a little pink, bleeding vulnerability. I love his vulnerable side. I fell in love with it first. I stare at the end of the bed because I know every single feeling I have for Zach is in my eyes. Impossible to hide from him or anyone else. Kindness. Risking a glance up for less than a second, I peek at his reaction. Clearly not what he expected me to say. Tucking my chin again, I blow out a slow breath. Not kindness toward me, although you've been that times infinity. It was how you treated Susie. Everything you did for her. The way you took care of her. The way you looked at her. The love. The kindness. It's like watching a movie where a character, whom you don't necessarily fall for right away, wins your heart because of their character. Everything that's inside. Everything that's not a physical trait, social standing, or the balance of a bank account. It's just him. He's a good human being. You're a good human being, Zach, and I find that incredibly sexy. So, some days it's hard to look at you knowing you're my husband, but not that kind of husband, when I've spent so much of my life dreaming of the idea of you. When he doesn't respond for so long it starts to get even more awkward, I glance up at him again. His unreadable expression. You think the idea of me is... He fumbles his words, eyes slightly narrowed like he's having trouble finding the right ones. Appealing. You hope that one day you'll find a man who loves you the way I loved Suzanne. Not really me, just someone like me. Is my heart ready to stop lying, or am I still in self-preservation mode? It's him. I'm not confused. I love Zach. I admire him. Sure, I envied Susie because I wanted a Zach in my life. But I didn't fall in love with him, Susie's Zach, until she died. I felt his love, even if it isn't romantic. I still feel his love for me. I don't say anything because I hate the lies, yet I'm so afraid of the truth. Instead, I nod slowly like I agree with him. I don't agree with him, but I understand what he's saying. And maybe he means it. Or maybe he's lying to protect something he's not ready to share or admit. The door to the room opens behind Zach. Hey, Leah steps inside. Hey, I smile like I mean it. Have you two met? Leah gives Zach a grin and a nod. Yes, I'm the one who let him in. Of course, I didn't focus on that part when I woke to him in my room. What can I get you to eat? She asks. I'm staying for a few days and taking her back to my hotel if that's okay with you. Zach asks Leah. I'm fine. I have medication again. I'm fine. Leah's gaze bounces between me and Zach. You could definitely use a few days to recoup. I'm fine. Her eyes widen as she rubs her lips together. It's non-negotiable, Zach says. You're not my parent, Zach. I'm your husband. Leah's lips part as she gawks at me. Yeah, I heard him. I frown at her, then I share it with him. He doesn't know I told her. He said it anyway. Think you can play that card whenever you want to make me do something against my will?
Yes.
If the corners of his mouth didn't curl into a tiny smirk, it would be so much easier to give him a piece of my mind. I'll take 1 day off, but I'm staying here.
3 days, and you're staying with me.
Zach crosses his arms over his chest. Or, Leah interjects, you can play it by ear, 1 day at a time. If you only need a day, then that's fine. If you need 3, that's fine too. And, given your head situation, it might be nice if you stayed in a hotel where you don't have to leave the room to use the bathroom. Maybe a place that has room service if you don't feel like leaving to get something to eat. A place with a television in your room instead of a shared space with other guests. My frown turns into a full-on scowl at Leah.
So it's settled. You're coming with me for 1, but most likely 3 days.
Zach grins. Don't you have a job?
I do, he says. I also have vacation time.
Well, what a shitty vacation for you, I say.
Kuala Lumpur is beautiful.
He maintains his triumphant grin. So go see all the beautiful things. I'll be here recovering just fine by myself. I'm going to get your stuff packed for you, Leah says. Traitor, I mumble. In less than 5 minutes, my suitcase is by the door, and Leah's sliding my shoes onto my feet. She hugs me and whispers in my ear, "Don't push him away. Dreams are meant to be chased." Maybe. That probably means hearts are meant to be broken, too. On the way to his hotel, Zach reaches across the back seat and takes my hand, giving it a friendly squeeze. I ignore him, keeping my focus out my window, making sure he doesn't forget how manipulated I feel.
Are you giving me the silent treatment? He asks as we step onto the elevator. Are we having our first official fight?
I stare at the mirrored doors. He's staying at a fancy hotel, and it would normally warrant a comment from me, but I can't say anything because, yeah, I'm giving him the silent treatment.
What if I said I find you attractive too?
The door opens. I whip my head in his direction. Zach smirks and steps off the elevator. Are you seriously making fun of me? Did you fly halfway around the world to see if I'm okay, or to make fun of me?
I'm not making fun of you.
He wheels my suitcase down the long hallway and stops at the second to the last door on the right. After he opens it, he holds it for me and nods.
You're attractive. That's a compliment, right? Or did that stop being a compliment?
I brush past him into the spacious room, a suite, actually, with 2 separate bedrooms and a generous sitting area with 2 sofas, a modern glass coffee table, a television, and a full kitchen. Not to mention the mesmerizing view of the city.
Hungry?
Zach continues to make conversation while I continue to be mad at him. No, I murmur, hugging my arms to my body while gazing out the window at the illuminated, picturesque view of the Petronas Twin Towers and the KL Tower. Sensing him close to me, I stiffen, because it's hard to breathe when it's just the 2 of us. It didn't used to be this hard to breathe around Zach, but he does strange things to my heart, sending every breath out of my mouth with a little more force, every beat of it loud and vibrating against my chest.
I'm glad you're taking advantage of your youth and meeting other people.
I cough a laugh, nearly choke on it. Is taking advantage of your youth code for sex? He's glad I had sex? What will happen when you stop making excuses? I ask, slowly turning around, lifting my gaze to his, since he's less than a foot from me.
Making excuses?
Do you think I want to have feelings for you? Do you think it's convenient for me? Do you think I enjoy being married but not really married? Is playing dumb the easiest solution for you? Like, lying is the easiest solution for me. I'll admit it. I downplay my feelings for you to keep you from feeling uncomfortable, to prevent our already weird arrangement from getting really weird, really awkward. And you pretend that being attracted to someone and finding them attractive is the same thing. And a dictionary might agree with you, but we both know they're not the same thing. And I took advantage of my youth because it was a short reprieve from thinking about you. It made me feel normal and less delusional for one night. The next day I walked out his door, and I felt like a cheater. Zach's eyebrows knit together.
You didn't cheat on me.
On a slow nod, I whisper, not in your mind.
Emerson.
He rubs his temples and closes his eyes for a few seconds.
I don't know what you want me to say.
I'm doing this all wrong. This isn't what Susie wanted. I'm not supposed to add to his stress and confusion. And that's exactly what I am doing. After a few seconds of silence, I sigh and do the right thing. I want you to say that you're going to clean the lint out of your navel before we go to the beach. Zach opens his eyes and eases his fingers away from his temples. Several blinks later, realization hits, and he nods.
Only if you wax your unibrow.
I grin. Low blow. When the truth hurts, you change the subject to something so irrelevant that life feels balanced, normal, again. Just long enough to catch your breath. I'm letting Zach catch his breath, and maybe I'll take a minute to catch mine as well. His expression says it all. The relief, maybe a little guilt too, but mostly relief. I'm going to lie down. I'm not hungry, but maybe we can get breakfast.
Night, Em,
he whispers. I pad my way to the bedroom.
Emerson?
Yeah? I keep my back to him.
It's a line. Maybe a doorway. Maybe a fucking mountain. I don't know. But I know there's no going back when I cross it. I know I can't take her with me. And there's been many days I've wondered about going with her. Going to her. It's never been something strong, anything more than a fleeting thought. For what it's worth, you've been the one person who's kept me looking forward. For what it's worth, you've been the reason I stand so close to the line, the threshold of that doorway, feet away from the summit. And maybe that's the real question. What's it worth?
When I know he's done, I slowly close the door behind me, crawl into the bed in my clothes, pull the covers over me, and fall asleep. Chapter 28. Emerson.
Rise and shine,
Zach says, opening the blinds just enough to let me see him and the tray of food in his other hand.
You need your medication, which means you need food. How's your head? Why did you sleep in your clothes?
He sits on the edge of my bed, holding the tray while I sit up and rub my eyes. Too tired to change my clothes, I say in a sleepy voice. And my head is fine. I thought we were going out for breakfast, and I don't have to take my medication with food. I yawn. He sets the tray on my lap and lifts the lid, revealing toast, eggs, and fruit.
We can go out for lunch, if you're feeling okay.
I chuckle before taking a sip of coffee. I'm feeling fine.
You have stitches in your head.
They don't hurt. I shrug, spreading jelly onto the toast while glancing up at his handsome, freshly shaven face. Zachary Hayes is the unreachable pinnacle for all other men. That sucks for my next husband.
I didn't figure you'd want to go out with that bandage on your head.
I finish chewing my bite and swallow. That's what hats are for. Are you sure it's not something else? Like, you're embarrassed to be seen with me and my broken head?
Of course I'm embarrassed. For both of us, really. But I can deal with it if you can.
My eyes narrow. You're an ass. I teasingly flick my knife toward him, and a glob of jelly flies onto his face, just below his eye. Oh my God! I giggle and cover my mouth. He flinches and wipes his thumb along his cheek, smearing the jelly. You... I giggle more and reach for his face. Just made it worse,
says the woman who shot it at my face. It could have landed in my eye. I need my vision to do my job.
Stop, I laugh, batting his hand away as he tries to do the same to mine. Then I gasp and stiffen, holding completely still, as coffee soaks the bedding and my lap. Thankfully, the sheets and my jeans absorb most of the heat before it seeps through to my skin.
Shit, did it burn you?
Zach sets the tray on the nightstand as I peel back the sheets. It's fine, it didn't burn me. I ease out of bed. It looks like I wet my pants. When I glance up, Zach grimaces, jelly still on his cheek.
I ruined breakfast in bed.
I lick my thumb and wipe it along his cheek. This time he doesn't fight me. He encircles my wrist with his hand, and I slide my gaze from the jelly to his eyes. With a slow, almost intoxicated blink, he rests his whole cheek in my hand. Turning his head ever so slightly, his lips brush along my palm. It's not a kiss. His lips don't move. I don't move. Is this the line? The doorway? The mountain? Is my job to pull him to the other side? Is he straddling the line, wondering what's waiting for him on the other side? Is that what he did for Susie? The words are heavy on the tip of my tongue. It feels right, I think. I don't know. Can I tell him? I know what you did? Would it change his state of mind? Make things better? Make things worse? After I lost my trailer, there was this one night I find something else to say. I always find something else to say. A rough night for whatever reason, and I can't even remember why. I just remember the feeling because it wasn't me. I wasn't that person. Zach opens his eyes, but he doesn't remove my hand from his face. I swear I see my own soul in the depths of his eyes, storms chasing the sunset. It felt like an out-of-body experience, like I didn't recognize myself, the thoughts in my head, the mess of a woman in the rearview mirror. It felt like rock bottom, and I wasn't sure how I got there. I just knew that I lost my trailer because I needed medication. I hated the medication. I hated why I had to take it. So, I draw in a shaky breath. I thought about taking the whole bottle. You know? Maybe there was something better on the other side. He blinks, averting his gaze to the side for a quick second before meeting mine again. I give him a smile. It might look like a sad one, but it's not. It's a hopeful smile, because I remember having this same smile when my phone vibrated with an email. That night, you emailed me and told me you got my name from the Mumfords. You asked me to come for an interview. So I didn't take all the pills, just the one I needed. I blinked back a few tears. We make decisions every day that don't just affect our lives. Sometimes they affect others in ways we may never know. You didn't set out to save a life. You just needed a maid.
Emerson.
He says it again. My name in 3 slow syllables. When he doesn't release my hand, I pull away. I need a shower, and I need to brush my teeth.
You need to take your pill and eat something.
With a stiff smile, I grab a slice of toast and retrieve my medication from my purse. Taking my pill, eating something. Happy now? I say on my way into the bathroom. Just as I reach the threshold, I glance over my shoulder. I'm sorry.
For what?
He asks. The pills. You used to remind and persuade Susie to take her pills. I frown. I don't want you to have to do that for me. After several contemplative blinks, he returns a slow nod.
Yeah, well, it's what you do when you care for someone.
Oh, Zach. Before I cry, before I let him see how much I've needed to feel cared for in this way, I shut the door and hop into the shower. After I feel human again, managing to wash my hair fairly well without getting the stitches wet, I attempt to dry my hair. Sundress, sandals, my best smile. I could work with Leah today. I feel fine, but I know you're not going to accept that, so we need to go somewhere. Do something. I'm not a fan of staying in a hotel room all day, even if it's a nice one like this. Zach shuts off the TV and stands from the sofa.
You're supposed to rest.
I'm rested. We don't have to run a marathon, but I don't want to spend the day in a hotel room. He twists his lips.
Have you been to the Cameron Highlands yet?
I shake my head.
Then let's go.
A grin slides up my face as I slip on my brown sun hat to cover my stitches. Zach arranges a private tour for the day. By mid-afternoon, we're perched on a blanket overlooking the lush highlands and eating strawberries from the field we stopped at along the way. I slip off my sandals and my hat. Zach gives me a funny look as his gaze shifts to the stitches on the crown of my head. "There's nobody around to see me. Don't freak out that I'm ruining your reputation here." He chuckles, popping a strawberry into his mouth and chewing it despite his swelling grin. "Can I take a picture of us and post it on Instagram? I won't show your face."
"What's wrong with my face?"
he asks. "Nothing." I roll my eyes and retrieve my phone from my bag. "I just don't want to have to put a name to your face."
"So, you just want to start rumors?"
"Buzz, not rumors."
"Buzz. Tell me more about this buzz."
I giggle. "Well, my following has grown exponentially since I've been traveling with Leah. I'm even making some money off my photos. So this bigger following is becoming interested in me and everything about my life. And photos that pique curiosity get more engagement." I clip my phone to the travel tripod and turn back to Zach. "Spread your legs." He smirks and mutters,
"Isn't that supposed to be my line?"
My breath hitches, eyes unblinking. "He just said that. It was a joke, I get it, but..." On a nervous laugh, I manage one word. "Funny." I clear my throat and slip back on my hat. "Put your hands on my waist."
"If I put them on your ass, it would build more buzz, right?"
Standing on my knees between his legs, with my camera catching the back of me and the scenery behind Zach, I glance down at him and frown. "If you put your hands on my hips, your wedding band won't be visible. If you put your hands on my ass, it will build buzz, but not the right kind. I don't need rumors that I'm married or having a strawberry picnic with a married man." Zach's grin fades as he glances down at his left hand.
"But you are married,"
he whispers. "Yes," I say in a hushed breath. His brow tenses into tight lines as he continues to inspect his ring.
"And you are having a picnic with a married man,"
he says slowly, like he's not even saying it to me, rather to himself. "Yes." To my knowledge, Zach has only taken his wedding band off once, the day he married me. Until now. With several twists, he removes it and holds it between his thumb and forefinger, staring. After slipping it into his jeans pocket, he glances up at me, rests his hands on my hips, and then moves them to my ass. I swallow hard.
"Are you going to take the picture?"
he asks in a raspy voice. I look at my watch. "Yeah." Setting the timer on my phone's camera from my watch, I rest my hands on his shoulders and wait for it to capture the burst of photos. "It's done. Thanks." I can barely talk past the thick lust in my throat. His hands on my ass have paralyzed me.
"You're welcome,"
Zach whispers, but he doesn't remove his hands.
"I have."
Those immovable hands finally shift, slip, ghost down the back of my legs.
"A very..."
His fingertips tease the back of my knees.
"Beautiful wife."
My chest aches from the violent pounding of my heart, from holding each breath impossibly long before releasing it with as much control as possible. His hands make a slow return to my butt, only this time, they're underneath my dress. "Zach." My fingers curl into his shoulders as his curl into my ass, a mix of flesh and pink cotton panties.
"Emerson."
Emerson. Those same 3 drawn-out syllables, but this time they're laced with need.
"Help me cross that line,"
he says. Wetting my lips, I nod slowly before he kisses me. I think our driver is staying in the car until we're done here. I hope. We kiss for as long as we can, until it's not enough. Zach drags my panties down my legs as far as they'll go with me on my knees. He tastes like strawberries, and smells like the shampoo from the hotel, a mix of citrus and leather. Sliding the strap of my sundress to the side, he frees my breast, squeezing it, kissing it, teasing my nipple with his teeth. My brain misfires, thinking of things it shouldn't think about right now, like the morbid curiosity of wondering if he's missed the feeling of a woman's breasts in his hands, in his mouth. I don't want to think about that. Claiming his hair with my hands, I force his face to mine, demanding he kiss my mouth again. It settles the chaos in my head, but only temporarily. He lays me down, discarding my panties and kneeling between my legs. His fingers work to unbutton his jeans, and I see it in his eyes. I see it because I'm thinking it too. We're thinking about Susie. What would she think? Would she approve? Is she somewhere watching us? Zach pauses, and I feel it. I'm losing him. He's not going to cross this line with me, and there's nothing I can do but lie here exposed, completely vulnerable, with my chest wide open, no protection from his rejection of me. And I'm not even mad, because I loved her too. She's unforgettable, which makes him unattainable. At least, his heart will never be mine. As I roll my head to the side to hide my emotions, he slides his hands along my inner thighs, bringing my attention back to him.
Do you want me to stop?
He knows the answer. He knows I've completely lost myself in him. Does he want an honest answer, or is he asking me to save him? No, I whisper. Gripping the top of his unbuttoned jeans, Zach pushes them down his hips just enough to free himself. He covers my body with his and kisses me with renewed vigor. My knees draw to my chest as he fills me, so warm, so mind-blowing because I never really thought this would happen. Pause. Breathe. Hold on to my fucking heart because he's unknowingly attempting to destroy it. We move with a manic desperation, like his whole body would crawl inside mine if it could. The slapping of skin, the sharp breaths and intoxicated moans, the deafening pounding of my heart. I dig one heel into his glute and the other heel into the back of his thigh, as if I can hold him to me forever. Mine. My Zach. My husband. Instead of drowning in guilt when I lose control of my body, surrendering every last ounce of pleasure to him, I let my vision blur with slow, heavy blinks while melting into a bliss unlike anything I have ever felt. Zach stills, cupping the back of my head like he's trying to protect it, protect the stitches. Then he rolls us, kissing me as my hair falls around his face. I feel his lips curl into a smile against mine, and I do the same. Ghosting his hands up the back of my dress, he sits up, taking me with him, my legs straddling him as he stays deep inside of me. And once again, we move together. We kiss. My hands grip his shirt as his frame my jaw. Our kiss gains momentum and urgency. It's a pursuit of something. He's the predator and I am the prey, willingly surrendering to the chase. I want Zach to catch me. I want him to devour me. Emerson. His hands fall to my hips, gripping me hard while burying his face into my neck. I grind into him several more times until my back arches, until he grips his hips while repeating my name like he's praying, pleading, begging. Emerson. 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 We still. There's no space between us for reality to slide in and ruin the moment. I won't regret this. I can't. He kisses my neck, while one hand returns to my breasts, lightly cupping it, his thumb tracing my nipple. It's gentle. It's intimate. It's a little heartbreaking. Can he touch me there, without thinking of her? Zach lifts his head, his face hovering a breath from mine. Cheeks redden. The hint of a vulnerable smile bends his beautiful lips. I like how you feel.
Right here, inside of me, I whisper, heat flaming my own cheeks, while my hand snakes between us. I hold my breath, and I think he holds it too. I don't know why I want to feel us there. Maybe it's still too unimaginable, and I need something more tangible. Yeah? He sighs a tiny chuckle, before dropping his forehead to my shoulder, like he doesn't have the energy to hold his head up any longer. At the same time, his hand slips from my breast to my hip again. Yeah, I murmur, ghosting my lips along his ear. I like this, too. So fucking much. It's too much. I can't possibly construct a wall big enough to protect my heart. We should, piece ourselves back together before the driver comes looking for us, I say. Zach still doesn't lift his head, but he mumbles, Uh-huh. On the way back to the hotel, we sit in silence, fingers intertwined on the seat between us. I wonder what he's thinking. Does he regret it? Is he thinking of Susie? Or is he thinking that I should stay with him for the full 3 days? Maybe spend the rest of the time in bed? I didn't think I was a hotel person, but Zach could persuade me to stay naked in bed for eternity. My lips press together to hide my excitement over that possibility. Zach shifts his body, and I glance over at him. His fingers fish for something in his pocket. Tension steals his face, trenching deep lines by his eyes and along his brow as he releases my hand and searches his other pocket. Zach? Unfastening his seatbelt, he doesn't answer. He fishes in his back pockets and then both front pockets one more time. Fuck. Turn around, he barks. Our graying 50-something driver eyes Zach through the rearview mirror. His eyes narrow above the glasses slid halfway down his prominent nose. Turn the fuck around. We have to go back. Zach. I reach for his arm. I lost the ring. I lost my ring, he says like he can't breathe. His wedding band. Are you sure? You put it in your pocket, right? Sir, it's late. If you want to go back tomorrow, then let me out. Zach tries to open his door, fumbling with the lock. The driver swerves to the side of the road and stops. I rest my hand on the driver's shoulder. We'll pay you whatever it costs to go back before it gets dark. The sun is already starting to set. I'm not sure it will matter, but we have to try. When we return to the spot where we ate our strawberries, where we had sex, Zach flies out of the vehicle and sprints up the hill. I follow him, just not as quickly because I'm not sure I should be running with stitches in my head. Dear God. It's hard to watch. At the top of the hill, Zach crawls around on the ground, using the flashlight on his phone to see because the sun is nearly hidden beneath the horizon. I bring up the light on my phone and crawl on my hands and knees to help him look too. Fuck. I shouldn't have... Stupid. Fuck. 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 Zach groans and grumbles, anger and frustration rolling off his body in strong waves that bring tears to my eyes. Everything in my chest and the pit of my stomach tightens like a hard fist. If I wouldn't have asked for the picture, he wouldn't have taken off his wedding band. If we wouldn't have had sex, it wouldn't have fallen out of his pocket. I was wrong. Regret has a way of coming to the surface no matter how hard we try to drown it. After crawling around for nearly 45 minutes, the sky in the highlands reaches complete darkness. Zach sits back on his heels. Total defeat. He threads his hands through his hair as he looks to the heavens and closes his eyes. I'm sorry, he whispers. He's not apologizing to me. I know this, and it's okay. I don't want him to ever stop loving her, even if that means he can never truly love me. Susie was my friend, and she deserves to be loved for eternity. Maybe Zach and I are doomed to the hell that is unrequited love. She has moved on, and he never will. And well, I'm not sure where I stand. I have a roof over my head every night, but my heart remains homeless. Let's go, he says, barely a whisper, as he lumbers to his feet and heads back down the hill. Gathering the chipped and cracked pieces of my heart, I follow him.
When we returned to the hotel, after a long, silent ride, he heads straight to his room, pausing before shutting the door.
I need a minute.
From the other side of the room, I put on a brave face he can't see. I understand. The door clicks shut behind him. Chapter 29. Emerson. The next morning, I wake early and pack my suitcase. When I open the door, Zach is on the sofa, freshly showered, head bowed to his phone. He looks up and smiles. It's genuine, but reserved. Good morning. I return the smile and step into the main room, pulling my suitcase behind me. His charming smile vanishes as he focuses on my luggage. I'm, feeling fine, so I messaged Leah and told her I'd go with her today. She's taking engagement photos for a couple we met on our first day here. He offers me a tiny nod, lips curled together like he's holding something back. I clear my throat and infuse confidence into my posture and my voice. Thank you for coming. It really was incredibly kind. And I feel bad that you wasted vacation time on me, but nonetheless, I'm really grateful. I feel terrible that you lost your wedding band.
Of course,
he says. Zach isn't himself at all. He is holding back. As tempting as it is to push him to tell me whatever it is that's weighing so heavily on him, I think it's best to let it be. Let him go home without saying everything.
I'll take you back to the hostel.
He stands. I shake my head. I can grab a ride. No need to pay for a car back here. He nods several times, being way too agreeable for the dad mode Zach that arrived yesterday.
Do you have everything? Your medication? Plenty of money? Do you want me to get you breakfast?
There he is, a little glimpse of the man from yesterday morning. Leah and I are going to grab breakfast when I get back to the hostel, but thank you. I never, ever dreamed that we'd be this amicable, this platonic after what happened on that hill yesterday. It's utterly heartbreaking. Words fail me at every turn. My confidence is non-existent. Have a safe flight home. I smile. Zach makes his way to me, hands in his front pockets. I will never look at pockets again without thinking of him losing his wedding band and how devastated he was crawling around in the dark. With every step, it feels like I'm suffocating more and more, like I can either have oxygen or close proximity to Zach, but not both. I'm barely holding on right now.
Where are you going next?
He asks. Sri Lanka in a week.
Never been.
I find another forced grin. I'll send you a postcard.
That would be nice.
Zach stops close to me, so close I can feel the heat of his body and smell the fake herbal scent of shampoo.
Yesterday.
I shake my head a half-dozen times. No, you don't need to say a word about yesterday. I shouldn't have. I can't stop shaking my head. I'm so sorry. Everything from my chest to my scalp tingles with emotion as an ocean of unshed tears awaits like a tsunami for me to make it to the other side of the hotel room door. Turning, I reach for the handle, but Zach grabs my arm.
Not like this,
he says, forcing me to turn back toward him. My gaze affixes to my feet.
This isn't the goodbye we're going to have after yesterday.
He lifts my chin with his finger.
I don't know what that meant yesterday. What you want it to mean, what it should mean. But I don't want to regret it. I don't want you to regret it.
What it should mean. I don't know. I can't be mad at him for not knowing because I honestly don't know either. For me, it meant everything in the moment. But what is everything? And can something that feels like everything really mean nothing in the bigger picture? The problem is, when I'm with Zach, I can't see past him. Letting our gazes lock, I shrug. I don't know what it meant. but I want it to mean something, not a meaningless mistake.
Okay, he whispers. It meant something. But don't let it mean that you don't live your life to the fullest. Okay?
My face wrinkles. What's that supposed to mean? Zach blows a long breath out of his nose.
I want you to be 24. Adventurous. Untethered.
Untethered. I scoff. You want me to sleep with other people? He grimaces. It's slight, but I don't miss it.
I want you to do whatever you want to do without worrying about me.
Without worrying about my husband? I cant my head to the side. He rests his hand on his hip and bows his head.
Emerson, it's not that kind of marriage.
Fuck my life. It's not that kind of marriage, I echo while chuckling past the pain. If I don't laugh, I will cry so hard, I'll crumble into dust. Silly me! I turn and open the door. When he tries to grab my arm for a second time, I yank it out of his grip. No! Let me go! I get 2 feet out the door with my suitcase before he pins me to the wall, holding my arms to my sides. His fingers slowly lace with mine, his forehead pressed to mine, eyes pinched shut.
I came to life yesterday, inside of you. I came to life again. But I'm still figuring out who I am without her. And it's so fucking hard because I can't look at you and not see her. I do not want you to wait for me to figure this out because I don't know if I'll get there.
He opens his eyes to a stream of tears marking my face.
I thought I was there. I felt different. Then I lost my ring. And my mind. And I have to figure out why. Why did I not think of her once when I was inside of you? Then all I could think about was her. That ring. Her last breath. The hole she left in my chest. And how losing that ring felt like losing her again. But then I look at you, and she's there for a blink. Your pills are her pills. She was in the hospital. You were in the hospital. Letting her go was the right fucking thing to do. Is letting you go the right thing to do too?
Not since the night Susie died have I seen Zach this emotionally crippled. The thick ball of emotion in my throat won't let me speak. It's holding back an earthquake of sobs. Tipping my chin up, I capture his lips, kissing him like I did yesterday. No, kissing him harder than I did yesterday. He releases my hands and grabs my face, giving me everything I'm giving him as I fist his shirt and hold him to me, not wanting to let go. But eventually, I do. I let go. Breaking our kiss and grabbing my suitcase handle, I take long, quick strides to the elevator without looking back. Babe! Leah frowns and hops out of bed as soon as I open the door. I made it. That was the goal, to make it back here before completely losing it. Oh no. What happened? She hugs me as I go into a full, ugly cry. This is what I need. It's what I've needed for longer than I've realized. Susie died, and Zach became my friend. He filled the void she left. We bonded over our love for her. Then he became my husband. And when I fell in love with my husband, I no longer had a friend. I no longer had a home for my emotions. Leah has given me a job, confidence, a boost in my pursuit of a career, but more than all of that, she's become my friend. In some ways, I needed a friend more than a job. She listens. I cry. She gets emotional with me. We talk through everything, yet we solve nothing. There is nothing to solve with Zach. I can't fix him because I think losing someone you love does irreparable damage. However, I can travel the world with Leah. And that's what I do. I build my portfolio and help her build hers. I meet amazing people along the way and find moments of solitude in what feels like uninhibited corners of the earth. I drop postcards in the mail for Zach and text about nothing in particular. Text like we didn't share something intimate. Like friends, but not the kind of friends who share everything. Zach keeps me up to date on Aaron and Danielle's wedding plans. I respond without showing my painful envy that his brother is marrying a woman for love and planning a real wedding. This friendly exchange continues until the end of summer approaches, and Leah gets a call while we're in the middle of recording a Top 10 Places to See in Israel video. Oh my God! She holds her phone with one hand while covering her mouth with her other hand. Is he going to be okay? When's the surgery? Please give him a hug for me. Tell him that I love him and that I'm on my way home. Leah. I reach for her arm while her thumbs frantically work the phone screen. My dad had a heart attack. We have to go home. Chapter 30. Emerson. I text Zach before we fly out of Tel Aviv. When we arrive in London for a short layover, he still hasn't responded. Just as we board the flight to Atlanta, he texts me. Zach,
Have a safe trip. I won't be home until Saturday. Tell Leah I'm sorry to hear about her dad.
That gives me 2 days at home without him. I might need the time to catch up on sleep, do laundry, spoil Harry Potter, and get my head in the right space. An Uber takes me home, and I drag my tired ass into the house. Harry! I don't even get the door shut before I pick him up and probably scare him to death with my intense enthusiasm. He stays by my side over the next 2 days while I go to town with laundry and cleaning the house from top to bottom. I order groceries since I'm technically not supposed to drive for another month and a half to follow proper seizure protocol, which I know is important to Zach. When I hear the back door open, I hold my breath and pause my photo editing from my favorite spot on the sofa. Why am I so nervous? Potter, I hear Zach say, and it feels so good to hear his voice. Since Malaysia, there have been lots of messages, but we didn't call each other. Not once. Not a single video chat either. The wedge between us has been silent, but huge. For me, I know it would have been too hard to hear his voice and not want to be with him. I'm not sure why he never called or wanted to see my face or hear my voice, but I've told myself it's the same reason for him, too. Hi. Zach grins, peeking his head around the corner to the living room. God, I think he's even sexier than the last time I saw him. Hi. I let my grin have a big, fat parade all over my face.
Welcome home.
Home. Is this my home? Thanks. You too. He chuckles, sauntering into the kitchen to get a beer from the fridge.
I haven't been gone that long. I bet Potter didn't even recognize you.
Harry Potter, and he absolutely recognized me. Zach pops the top of his beer bottle and tosses it into the trash, pausing at the kitchen sink.
Did you clean?
Yes, I cleaned everything. Thanks for noticing.
Emerson, you're not my maid anymore.
He makes his way to his bedroom. You're letting me live here rent-free. I have to earn my keep.
You're never here,
he calls from his bedroom, or probably his closet, changing out of his uniform. Closing my computer, I pad my bare feet along the hardwood floor to his bedroom and lean against the wide wood threshold. I'm here now, and I'm not sure when Leo will be ready to leave again, so I'm going to do my part. It's been almost 5 months since I've seen him. I wanted to come home for the anniversary of Susie's death, but it wasn't convenient. Honestly, I wasn't sure he'd want me here for that. 5 months feels like 5 years. My hands itch to touch him. Is he still mine to touch? I'm not sure he ever was mine for more than an hour one afternoon in Malaysia. Zach emerges from his closet with a t-shirt in hand instead of covering his chest. My gaze takes liberty. It might be the 2 glasses of wine I had before he arrived.
We'll split the cleaning while you're here.
His suggestion drags my focus back to his face. He gives me a gotcha grin as he pulls on his shirt. Snatching his beer bottle from the nightstand, he takes a long swig before making his way to me. I can't bring myself to move out of his way. When he stands in front of me, maybe waiting for passage, I slide the beer from his hand and take a small sip.
Anything special you want for your anniversary? He asks.
I eye him with a little surprise and curiosity. My anniversary of what? He shrugs one shoulder, taking the beer back from me.
Ours.
I try to smile, try to keep the mood light, but it's hard with him standing so close to me. That's next week. He nods. I have it on good authority that we don't have that kind of marriage, and you're probably due for another appointment with your dental hygienist.
Dental hygienist?
I roll my eyes. Yes, clearly you don't remember much from our wedding day, marriage day, whatever. You said I do, dropped me off at home, and went to the dentist. So I threw the bouquet, took off my own garter, and ate all the cake without you. Zach smirks.
Is that so?
On another eye roll, I turn and head back to the living room. Yes, that's so.
What's the time limit?
He asks. I glance over my shoulder just before reaching the sofa. He finishes his beer and sets the bottle on the counter, then makes his way into the living room. Time limit on what? I ask, plopping onto the cushion.
How long do I have to wait before I can touch you?
He drags his teeth over his lower lip while eyeing me from head to toe.
Because I miss you.
You miss me? I whisper, and my skin tingles everywhere. Even my eyes burn with emotion. Holding my breath for 5 long months has been too long. He nods. I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't this. After 5 months of nothing resembling anything more than friendship, not one single vibe of intimacy, I had no reason to expect this. I'm right here, I say, just above a whisper. Sliding his hands into his front pockets, Zach shrugs a shoulder.
Still missing you. Your big blue eyes tracking me, while those full lips of yours pressed together as if smiling at me might expose your darkest secrets. Your delicate fingers threading through my hair, slowly, deliberately, like their sole purpose is to drive me mad with need.
I dare any woman not to fall in love with this man. And at the same time, I forbid myself from falling any deeper. I don't have my life figured out, and he's still dealing with the loss of Susie. He doesn't have to say it. I just know because I'm still dealing with the loss of her. Dealing with discovering my true path in life. Dealing with trying to do and be what Susie would have wanted me to do and be. Dealing with my feelings for Zach that make me want to align my path with his, even if that means losing sight of my other dreams. Still, I can't help it. I smile at Zach. I miss you too. All the time. I miss the way you hum when you're cooking a meal or driving your car. I miss the lullaby of your guitar at night. I miss the way you refold the kitchen towels when you think I'm not looking. I miss sitting at opposite ends of the sofa with you, editing photos, knowing your eyes are on me. I miss the most mundane things like grocery shopping with you or pulling weeds while you mow the lawn. I miss your sly grin and carefully thought-out words. I miss watching you tie your 100-year-old tennis shoes before you go for a run. And I pull in a shaky breath, feeling a physical ache for his touch, the tingle of need along my skin growing more intense. All the parts of you I've wanted, but I know are not mine to want.
Still missing you,
he whispers, taking a step toward me. I'm right here. It's hard to not think about Susie, to not feel a ghost of her presence in this house. It was easier in Malaysia. Is he thinking about her? Is he conflicted, trying to claim the life he still has while keeping her alive if only in his mind? If he touches me, will he close his eyes and think of her? I'm messed up. I wasn't sure just how messed up until now. Zach, losing his wedding band on the hilltop where we had sex, and his reaction to it, has left me brimming with self-doubt.
Shut it off.
I lift my gaze as he kneels on the floor in front of me.
Your mind.
He grins.
Shut it off.
How?
Fill it with other thoughts.
He leans forward, resting his hands on my legs while kissing my neck. My fingertips tease the nape of his neck. You can't tell me you're not thinking about Susie. Zach sighs and sits back on his heels, head bowed.
I think about her. I don't think there will ever come a time where I don't think about her. I can't erase her from my mind. I don't want to erase her from my mind.
He lifts his gaze to mine.
Remember when I told you that I went to the store and didn't think about her because I was thinking about groceries?
I nod slowly.
It's because she's gone. She's not here to be the object of my affection. She's not waiting for me at home. She will never climb into our bed. She will never walk through that back door with dirt smudged on her face and a basket full of vegetables. I'll never hear her laugh again. I'll never feel her touch. But I also know she will never be erased from your mind either. And that's why it's different with you. In a way, we were 3, and now we're 2.
I slide my feet between his spread knees, and he grabs my calves, shifting his gaze to my face. I'm afraid of not knowing where we're going, I say. I'm afraid that we can't stay on the same path and still be true to our other passions, and that eventually our paths will just stop crossing. So, I guess I need to know where you see us going. After a few breaths, he shrugs.
I see us going to the bedroom.
My grin sneaks to the surface without permission. What will we do in the bedroom? Zach stands on his knees again and unbuttons his jeans. Then he shrugs off his shirt. My gaze makes the slow journey from his open jeans along the taut terrain of his abs and chest to his confident grin. When our gazes lock, he nods toward me. My grin inflates because the man I never, ever imagined would be with me is gesturing for me to take off my shirt so he can see me, so he can touch me, so I can be the object of his affection. I slide my shirt over my head. Another gesturing nod from him. I remove my bra. Zach wets his lips, letting his gaze linger on my breasts for a few seconds before dragging it to my face.
Stand up.
It's pathetic how I'm a robot to his every command. I stand, but he doesn't. Sucking my nipple into his mouth, he works the button and zipper to my jeans. He peels them down my legs along with my panties. Before I can step out of them, he stands and lifts me off the ground in a big bear hug. "Zach!" I giggle as he waddles with his jeans at his knees. "Not yours," I say, stopping him from taking me to his bedroom. To their bedroom. "Just not yet." He doesn't say a word. Instead, he carries me to my bedroom and sets me on my feet. I kick off my jeans and panties.
"Do you even know how beautiful you are?"
he whispers, pausing my motions, demanding I look at him and hear the sincerity in his words. Those words wrap around my heart, one chamber at a time, an invisible vapor filling every empty space. "Zach." I take a step into him, pressing my hands flat on his chest and touching my lips to his sternum over his heart. He gathers my hair and pulls it off my shoulder, kissing along my collarbone, and it makes me shiver, awaking that kaleidoscope of butterflies in my tummy.
"Cold?"
He brings his head up to look at me. I shake my head.
"Your teeth are chattering."
I bite them together and swallow. I'm nervous.
"It's not our first time."
Zach brushes his knuckles along my cheek. "It's our first time like this. The other side of the world felt like a cocoon."
"Then let's make a cocoon."
He pulls back the covers.
"Get in."
He removes the rest of his clothes and slides into bed on one side as I slowly do the same on the other side. My breath catches when he whips the sheet and comforter over our heads.
"Cocoon,"
he says, before he kisses his way down my body. I can't see much under the covers, but I can feel everything. his hands cupping my breasts as he settles his chest between my legs, his exploring tongue all over my skin, dipping between my legs. In our little cocoon, I get to feel his flesh next to mine. In our little cocoon, he moves inside of me, lacing our fingers together at my head, bringing our bodies as close as physically possible. We fall asleep, sated and intertwined. It's ironically symbolic of our relationship. We've become this knot, and I don't know if it makes us stronger or if it simply complicates things, keeping us from being free. I know he doesn't want to hold me back from my dreams, but I feel tethered to him, and it doesn't feel wrong. Hours later, he wakes me by pulling my body on top of his torso and sliding into me with nothing but a slow groaning of my name. I'm so drunk on him, I can barely open my eyes, so I don't. I rock into him over and over, nothing but the mingling of our labored breaths and a slight rhythmic creak of the bed filling the air. His hands skate along my body, my back, my breasts, and between my spread legs, where he moves inside of me until once again we release, collapse, and fall asleep.
Chapter 31. Zach. I need a few minutes. As much as I want to stay in bed with Emerson all day, especially after going so long without seeing her, I need a few minutes to sort through my thoughts. Easing out of bed, I snatch my clothes from the floor, grab a shower, and brew a pot of coffee. It's been a year, and I thought the memories of Suzanne sitting at the kitchen table, gazing out at her garden with such pride, would have faded a little. They haven't. The memories haven't faded. My love for her has not faded. But I've miraculously managed to develop strong feelings for Emerson. And these feelings for her don't feel wrong, but they feel like bad timing. We are in very different places in our lives. And while it sounds like the most cliché reason for a relationship not working, it's nonetheless a valid reason. I'm settled into my life, into my job. Emerson's just started a grand exploration, a search for her dreams, a passionate journey that should be absolutely the #1 priority in her life. I don't want to be a distraction. I don't want to be the reason she settles for anything less than her dreams. The door to the bathroom closes, bringing me out of my deep thoughts, and a few minutes later, Emerson peeks her head around the corner. I inspect her robe and wonder if she's wearing anything underneath it. Yeah, that's where my brain goes. If I could act like an animal reacting only on instinct, I'd lay her on this kitchen table and have my way with her before so much as a good morning. I suppress the animal inside of me and opt for control. "Morning," she says, giving me a shy grin that turns her cheeks pink as she pours a cup of coffee. "Morning. How'd you sleep?" I sit up straight and nod to the chair, Susie's chair. Emerson stares at it for a few seconds. She's thinking the same thing. It's not just me. She has her own set of issues with Susie's things. Before I can say anything to ease her mind, she takes a seat, and it gives me a sense of relief that she's okay with it. "I slept well." She grins, digging her teeth into her lower lip. "You?" I smirk, bringing my mug to my lips. "No complaints." After I sip, I set the mug on the table. "We have some catching up to do." She nods, blowing at the steam from the coffee. "What have you been up to?" I chuckle. "Working. You?" She shrugs. "Same." "You'll need to elaborate on that. I only get to see glimpses of you on social media, living it up. A free bird. I hope you've been happy." Lines form along Emerson's forehead as her lips twist. I'd give anything to know what she's thinking because I know it's not what she's going to let herself say to me. "Are you happy?" she asks. My eyes narrow as I study the half-empty coffee mug in front of me. "I'm good. Work is good. My family is good." "Are you happy?" she repeats. With a slight grunt and a smile to cover up any pain that prompted the grunt, I lift a shoulder. Honestly, she nods. I'm hesitant to say. Why? Because I don't want to hurt your feelings, nor do I want to put pressure on you. Taking in a shaky breath, Emerson puts on a brave face. Okay, this is going to come out all jumbled, and I hope you don't take it the wrong way, but I don't expect to magically make you happy like Susie didn't die. I think she wanted you to be you after she died. But she kind of made you who you were, her existence in your life. You were Zach, pilot, friend, brother, son, and husband. And out of all those things, husband meant the most to you. How do you redefine yourself when what felt like the most important part of you no longer exists? After a few long moments, I whisper, Baby. It's like she reached into my fucking soul, grabbed every single emotion, and narrated them to me. I grab her hand and pull her toward me. She surrenders, sitting on my lap so we're both looking out the window. I rest my chin on her shoulder and slide one hand to the inside of her robe, where I discover she is, in fact, naked underneath it. Before you arrived home yesterday, I release a long sigh. I was struggling. I felt like the asshole who left you in Malaysia, without anything concrete as to where we stood because I didn't know. I didn't expect those emotions to creep up on me and obliterate my sense of balance. Every day, I felt like something was missing, and the obvious answer seemed to be her. Maybe you're a little right. Maybe I missed the part of me she took with her. I've tried to figure it out. I just know that there have been days that I'm good, but not great. Content, but not necessarily happy. I'm grateful, but still a little resentful. Life is a new culinary concoction that I keep tasting, but it's always missing something. And no matter what I add, it's still not quite it. Zach, no. I hug her tighter with my lips at her ear because I need her to really hear my words, feel my words. When I saw you yesterday, after so long, too long, I realized it wasn't Suzanne. She's not missing in my life. She's simply gone. You've been the one missing in my life. So if I tell you that right now I am deliriously happy, you'll feel responsible for my happiness. If I tell you I'm not happy, you'll feel responsible or, even worse, hurt by my lack of happiness after everything that's happened between us. So I can't win. It's an impossible question to answer. If you can't win, then just tell me the truth. I'm happy, I say without hesitation. She releases a tiny sigh of relief. You're you, I continue. I don't compare you to her. Not anymore. So don't ever think that. Don't ever think that you're living in her shadow or that you're not living up to who you think she was or my expectations. Just know that when I'm with you, happiness comes a lot easier. I'm just trying to figure out how to feel this way when you're not here because my therapist says I need to be my own source of happiness in order to share it with anyone else. Your therapist? Emerson turns 90 degrees to look at my face. I smirk. Don't say it. I've heard enough I told you so's from my family. Her head eases side to side. I never told you to see a therapist, so I can't say that. But I'm glad you're doing it. I nod slowly. Losing my wedding band was a wake-up call. I felt pretty messed up after I returned home from Malaysia. And now? I'm better. Most days I'm better. Does your therapist know you're screwing the maid? I laugh, tugging on the sash to her robe. He knows about Malaysia. And? She prompts me, greedy for more information. And he agrees that you're young and you need to live a little. And I need to work through my shit. Does he know we're married? She narrows her eyes at me, but I'm too busy focusing on her naked body that I've just exposed. No, I reply. Does your family know about Malaysia? She covers herself, tightening her sash and eliciting a frown from me. I shoot her an "are you kidding" look. They know you had a seizure and I went to Malaysia. But no, they don't know more than that. I'm not sure what I'd tell them. Aaron called me last week. He wants to fix me up with a friend of his. I said no, of course. Why did you say no? Did I hear her right? Why would you ask me that? She offers me a fake smile. I think you should live your life. Enjoy your life. You're a man with needs. I'm the woman who's rarely here. You've given me more, so much more than I could ever repay. You owe me nothing, least of all any sort of loyalty. That's a terrible answer, I blurt before she finishes her last word. Does she really feel like a conquest of mine? Like just any other woman? Does she really think what happened in Malaysia meant nothing? I'm speechless. No, I'm gagged like a prisoner because I want to say all the words I'm thinking, but I refuse to be some needy fuck who holds her back in life. Emerson shrugs before taking her mug to the sink. It's the best I have to give you. I'm sure Aaron has someone who is local, established in a career, and probably not epileptic. Bonus points for good health. Double bonus points if she's never lived out of her car. Just stop. I'm not ready to date. Emerson laughs, turning toward me and resting her backside against the counter, hands on the edge. I was there last night, in bed, in case you've already forgotten. I'd say you're plenty ready to date. For the record, I hate this conversation. That's different. Why? Her head cocks to the side. Because you didn't buy me dinner first? Because it's you. I scratch my chin. Me? What does that matter? You're my wife. The words are out. There's no reeling them back in. My biggest issue, one that I have not discussed with my therapist, is just how conflicted I am over having a wife. Do I love Emerson like a wife? No. I mean, I don't know. Do I love her at all? Jesus, I hope so. But the connection between my heart and my head feels damaged. The signals are not clear. They haven't been clear since Suzanne was diagnosed with cancer. And when she died, I wasn't sure I'd ever feel again. No. Emerson's head whips back and forth. I'm the woman you gave an insurance card to because you were ridiculously generous. You can't use the wife excuse when it's convenient. You've told me too many times that we don't have that kind of marriage. You know what I mean. You're different, the exception. Why? I shrug and gaze at the floor, eyes narrowed a smidge. Because I can be with you without pretending that I'm perfectly okay. Because you and Suzanne had something special. And it might not make sense to anyone else, but it makes sense to me. And I think it makes sense to you. Define sense. Because I'm trying to make sense of everything and I'm struggling. I'm trying to figure out how to reconcile thinking about you all the time, yet crawling into bed with some other guy because that's what you want me to do, right? I'm trying to figure out what it means to have sex with my husband, but not think of us as really married. I bite my tongue until I'm certain it's bleeding. What do I expect from her? How do I make a case for my true feelings and not hold her back? It's impossible. I think you need a better therapist, she mutters, before sauntering to the bathroom to shower.
Chapter 32. Emerson. We do a great job of ignoring the unanswered questions. He flies, I work on photo editing and my social media pages. On our anniversary, he sends me a huge bouquet of roses. Again, I'm confused about this marriage right now. If it's not that kind of marriage, why send flowers? Leah's dad dies, and I go to New York for the funeral. I'm not sure when she'll be ready to resume traveling, but I hope it's soon, because it's painful to live with my husband and not really feel like his wife. Hey! Zach grins as he pokes his head into the kitchen after being gone for 2 days. Happy birthday. I I close my computer at the kitchen table and scoot back in my chair as he sets a pink box with a white ribbon on the table next to my computer before dropping a slow kiss on my lips. "Thank you," I murmur and grin as he sits in the chair next to me, loosening his tie. "You shouldn't have," I say, while ripping the bow off the box. I don't really mean it. I haven't been given many presents in my life. I haven't had that many birthdays acknowledged either, so I selfishly enjoy this moment. I lift the lid. There's a hardback photography book. Diane Arbus, an aperture monograph. "Zach," I whisper, when I see it's a 1972 first edition. It's filled with portraits of unconventional poses of ordinary working-class people, as well as those who lived on the fringes of society, like prostitutes and giants. He spent some money to buy this. I hug the book to my chest. It's too much, but perfect. You're so thoughtful, I stop before silly tears fill my eyes. Thank you. Setting the book back in the box, I straddle his lap, wrap my arms around his neck, and thoroughly kiss him. "What are you doing?" he says in a husky voice, as I slide off his lap and kneel before him, my hands working the belt to his pants. "I didn't buy you that so that you'd—" He pauses and draws in a long breath when my hand wraps around him. He fumbles his words. "Saying, you don't have to... fuck." He closes his eyes when my mouth replaces my hand. True intimacy is hard to navigate. Feeling love toward another human in this way, wanting to please Zach because I love him, not because I'm trying to pay him back or earn his love. Most days, I don't focus on how much my life has been impacted by not having a father. It's easy to pretend that I have a healthy grip on intimacy and relationships, but I don't. I'm still learning. With nothing more than a satisfied and very appreciative grin, Zach saunters to the bathroom for a shower. "Get ready," he calls from halfway down the hallway. "I'm taking you to dinner." I giggle, utterly giddy with excitement. He doesn't show signs of guilt, like I did it only because he gave me a present. He doesn't rush to reciprocate, although I have no doubt he'll show plenty of birthday gratitude later. It feels normal. In the least normal circumstances, I've found a little balance. Zach takes me to a Japanese restaurant where we remove our shoes at the door. I give him a curious look. He winks. "First time?" I nod. "Good." His shoulders slide back, chin up, as a triumphant grin bends his lips. "I'm glad I'm giving you a first experience." The hostess takes us to our table. I give him a second curious expression. He nods for me to be seated first, so I ease onto a pillow and slide my feet into the sunken space beneath the low table. "It's zashiki seating," he says after we're handed our menus. "And you know this because you come here often or you've been to Japan?" Glancing at his menu, he shrugs. "Both. Oh, Aaron and Danielle's wedding has been moved up to next week, so you'll be able to make it unless Leah's planning on leaving before then." "Why is the wedding next week?" "Danielle's grandma isn't doing well, and she wants to be at the wedding." "I thought you were going to say that she's pregnant." Zach laughs, unfolding his napkin and laying it on his lap. "No, but that would make sense too." "So, I'll meet her for the first time at the wedding?" "Probably." "What's she like?" I ask. We pause our conversation to order our drinks and meals, and as soon as we're alone again, Zach narrows his eyes at me. "Where were we? Oh yeah, Danielle. She's a pharmacist, and she loves Aaron's bad jokes. They both want one child and a dog." I smile, but it fades quickly as I nod slowly. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Did you and Susie plan on having kids?" Zach's brow tenses like a sheet of lined paper. "Yes." "Do you still want kids?" He blows out a long breath, slowly shaking his head while rubbing a hand over his face. "I can't talk about this." "I'm sorry," I whisper, tapping the side of my water glass with my fingernails.
No,
He drops his hand to his lap.
it's fine. I'm just not sure what I want, so it's hard to think along the lines of kids when I'm not even thinking about marriage again.
I frown. Zach pinches the bridge of his nose.
Fuck, I am married.
He chuckles. Following his lead, I snort a laugh. I heard that rumor too. Are congratulations or condolences in order?
Emerson, I didn't mean it like that.
He bites his lips together and shakes his head. It's okay. When the conversation starts with having kids and leads to the mother of your possible future children, I don't expect you to think of me as that woman. Zach studies me with an unreadable expression before sliding his hand across the table and covering mine with a gentle squeeze.
Listen, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where you're going. But I can say that, right now, I like where we're at.
I smile, and it's mostly genuine, but I don't feel like I know where we are right now. It's an uncomfortable happiness. A little before 6 the next morning, I head out for a jog, a weak attempt at clearing my mind. After pounding out just over 5 miles, I turn onto our street and see Zach in the driveway staring at his watch. He's breathing heavily and sweating. He, too, needed a good run this morning. How far did you go? I ask. He turns, and a slow grin works its way up his face.
Good morning? 8 miles?
I roll my eyes as my spine deflates on a long exhale. Of course you did.
Go shower. I'll take you to breakfast.
You took me to dinner.
Well, now it's time for breakfast, and I want nothing more than to take you to breakfast.
He steps closer to me and links his finger with mine, giving it a tiny shake that's just as playful as his expression. Yeah? I say, feeling giddy. His grin swells.
Yeah.
I duck my head to hide my ridiculous level of excitement as I speed walk to the front door and sprint to the shower. By the time I emerge from the bathroom with my hair doing its usual limp blonde act, Zach is waiting by the back door. He glances up from his phone and smiles.
Ready?
Ready. I slide my purse onto my shoulder as he holds open the door for me. We don't say anything for a few blocks, and then Zach clears his throat.
I know you supported Suzanne's Cap'n Crunch addiction.
I didn't see this coming. My gaze slides to him, but he keeps his attention on the road. I know you gave her an overdose of morphine. Again, I don't say that. Will I ever be able to say that? Will he ever confide in me? I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar.
Zach grins.
She hid it from me, just not very well.
He chuckles.
Crumbs in the bed. Yep, I found crumbs after you two had been watching one of those trashy reality TV shows. So, you knew.
I drum my fingers on my jean-clad legs. In my defense,
you don't need a defense. I fed her addiction too. It took her forever to go through a box, so it would go stale. I'd replace the box, eat a bowl or two of cereal when she wasn't looking, always leaving about the same amount that was in it when it went stale. Michelle knew. She'd pretend to buy it for Suzanne, but it was me. Always me.
Warmth floods my chest. Zachary Hayes is a beautiful human. My love for him is fueled just as much by the kind husband he was to Susie as the lover he is to me.
I knew, he continues, that she wasn't going to be in my life forever. I never let her see my weak moments of acceptance. So, I played the obsessed husband on a mission to save his wife. And some days I let myself believe that I actually had that power. But most days, I knew better. Those were the days I replaced cereal and painted her toenails with toxic polish. Those were the days I let her just be.
Yeah, we've all been there. I told you that I dated Brady for as long as I did because I needed the free gym membership. And by free gym membership, I mean I needed the locker room showers. In hindsight, who trades sexual favors for a shower? After a few seconds of silence, he coughs a laugh.
I can't. Emerson,
Zach tries not to laugh, but he can't help it. My story has nothing to do with his story, and we both know it. It's just another example of how we give each other a reprieve without asking for it. It's how we take the unbearable gravity from the moment. This is us. It's something that's uniquely us. I highly doubt he did this with Susie. Zach pulls into a cafe and turns off the car. When he unfastens his seatbelt and glances at me, I return a goofy, tight-lipped grin. We get out of his car without saying a word, and then he steps in front of me before we make it 2 feet past his car.
I don't regret a single second with you, in case you think that.
My gaze cuts to his. Before I can say a word, he continues.
I'm trying so hard not to live in the past, to stay grounded in each moment. There have been many moments lately where your touch has saved me. I realize things happen in the moment without thinking too much about the ramifications for the future. My expectations are low, the lowest.
Rolling my lips between my teeth, I nod slowly. That's a little sad. You should raise your expectations.
Maybe.
He nods his head toward the cafe.
Let's eat.
After the waitress hands us menus, I eye Zach over the top of mine as he scans his for a few seconds before glancing up at me.
What?
He grins. Tracing my fingernail along the edge of the menu, a mix of bacon and maple syrup waft past me as the waitress delivers food to the booth behind us. If we're never more than a fake marriage and mind-blowing sex, do you think you'll ever tell anyone about us? Would you ever tell your family that you married me to give me insurance? If you marry again, will you tell your next wife? When enough time passes and he doesn't answer me, I shift my attention from the menu to his contemplative expression.
Mind-blowing, huh?
He doesn't look at me, but he smirks.
Have you been asked if you're married? When traveling, has anyone ever asked you that?
Yes, I answer him honestly.
And what do you say?
I say no.
Why?
I laugh a little. You know why. Zach returns a slow nod.
Do you ever think of saying yes?
I shrug. Sometimes.
Why?
Another shrug. You said it yourself. I like the idea of you.
The idea of me.
He echoes with a partial grin. A husband, a home, family, a man unlike any man I have ever known. My lips twist. Granted, I've never met my father, and my mother didn't exactly parade the greatest men through our apartment, so the bar has been set incredibly low. But I have a feeling you surpass even the highest bar. And I think I knew it from the day we met and I saw you with Susie. The day I witnessed true love. A hue of pink fills his face as his gaze averts to the right. Sliding my water and the wrapped silverware toward him, I move to his side of the table. Scooch over. He eyes me suspiciously, but obliges. I sit next to him and rest my elbow on the table, cheek in my hand, as I gaze at him and smile. My first year in college, I went on a date, and this couple, maybe in their 30s, were sitting in a booth on the same side. They must have ordered one of everything on the menu, because their table was filled with food when we were seated, and they were still there when we left the restaurant. I watched them more than I paid attention to my date. They laughed, ate, playfully nudged each other, and sometimes he leaned into her and whispered something in her ear. She grinned, he kissed her cheek. They seemed to take turns resting a hand on each other's leg. It was like they had all the time in the world, and they certainly didn't care what anyone else in the restaurant thought of them because they were so engrossed in each other. My other hand rests on Zach's leg. He smiles, and it's a little reminiscent of the smile he used to give Susie. So, I continue, I remember thinking that one day I would find a guy worthy of sharing the same side of a booth with me. Zach's grin intensifies, warm like the sun hitting its highest point in the afternoon sky. His fingers curl my hair behind one ear while he leans into me and whispers, I'm going to order the Belgian waffle with a side of eggs. Then his lips brush along my cheek dropping a kiss on it. I giggle. We spend the next hour and a half eating, flirting, touching, and simply being totally engrossed with each other. It's butterfly season in my belly. Did Susie know Zach would be the one to give me them? Was it more than just a casual hope, a wink of approval? Chapter 33. Emerson. 3 days before the wedding, I slide out of bed and hit the pavement for a long jog. Sometimes exercise gives me clarity, but not this morning. By the time I arrive home, Zach is dressed and watering the plants in the jungle. "You snuck out early," he says, as I inspect a few of the plants and pinch off the dead leaves like Susie taught me to do. "You should have woken me. I would have gone with you." "I needed some headspace," I say. "Oh, okay." Zach sets the watering can aside and rests his hands on my hips, inspecting me for a few seconds. "Are you better now?" "I think so." He kisses me, and I can't help but surrender to him. I don't like feeling so out of sorts about our situation. "Do you have a dress for the wedding?" I take a step back and laugh. I'm a fashion-loving woman. You're not actually asking me that, are you? Zach chuckles. "You're right, but fashion-loving women can never have too many dresses." Zach. You speak my language. I might never let you go." Something in his expression changes. He looks fearful? Surprised? I can't tell. "Do you have a tux rented?" He shakes his head. "It's a small gathering, immediate family and a few friends. Aaron said I can wear a suit." "I need to see your suits." "Why? There's nothing wrong with my suits." I shoulder past him toward the bedroom. "I'll be the judge of that." "So now you're judging my wardrobe?" He follows me. "Yes, I am absolutely judging your wardrobe. I've silently judged it since the day we met." I sift through all 2 of his suits that aren't for his job. "The gray one. Suzanne liked it best," he says. I glance over my shoulder, one eyebrow raised. "Agreed. You look very handsome in this gray suit, but you wore it to her funeral. You are done wearing it." "No one will remember that I wore it to her funeral. It's a plain gray suit. Nobody pays attention to stuff like that." I set his black suit on the bed and return to the closet to inspect his shirts and ties. "And by nobody, you mean men. Men don't pay attention to stuff like that. But I guarantee your mom will remember you wore this suit. I'm sure the image of her oldest son standing in his gray suit next to his wife's casket is branded into her memory forever." "Suzanne loved this suit," he murmurs, a fixed gaze on it. "She loved you." I pull several shirts from their hangers. "Those are threads woven into a suit. Now it's a memory of a very sad day." "So is my bed." I fold the shirts over my arm and glance up at him. "Then get a new bed." "Do you want me to get a new bed?" I shake my head and return to said bed, layering the shirt beneath the suit jacket. My knee-jerk reply is to tell him that at some point I'm leaving again. If this bed brings him comfort, I would never deny him that when I'm halfway around the world. I don't tell him that. For the moment, I'm going to pretend that I'm not leaving. "Do you like the bed? Is it comfortable for you? If so, then keep it. You can flip the mattress, get new bedding, change out the headboard, rearrange the room, paint the walls. Hell, you can move to a different house. You should do what you need to do. And if you need everything to stay the same, then leave everything as is. The heart has little control over what it needs, and I have no opinion here, other than the suit. I cannot, in good conscience, let you wear it to the wedding." Zach sits on the edge of the bed, hands folded between his spread legs. "It doesn't bother you? The bed, the house, the chair and quilt? She's everywhere, and you're okay with that?" With a slight chuckle, I return to the closet, snatching ties and shoes. He only has 2 pairs of dress shoes as well, and one is a black pair he wears for work. We need to go shopping. "Sometimes I think you forget that I loved her too. She was my best friend, even if I wasn't truly hers. I liked her way more than I like you." I lie.
That's harsh.
He gives me a funny look as I emerge from the closet with ties and shoes. No, harsh is your tie and shoe selection. Zach, this is not okay. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little disappointed in Susie for allowing you to have such a boring wardrobe. I mean, I stand back and inspect everything laid out on the bed. It's cringeworthy. This isn't going to work.
I'm not buying a new suit for this wedding. I rarely wear a suit that's not my uniform. It's a waste of money.
Then, a new shirt, tie, and shoes.
There's nothing wrong with my shirts.
Zach, I frown. You're killing my fashion-loving heart right now. Killing it. He rolls his eyes.
Fine. A new shirt.
Tie and shoes.
Nobody will be looking at my shoes.
I will. I rest my fists on my hips and glance up at the ceiling, blowing out a breath of frustration.
Then just keep your eyes on my face.
Zach.
Emerson.
He mocks me.
New shirt and tie. Final offer.
Fine. I huff and march down the hall to my bathroom. I'll take a quick shower. Pack up my breakfast. I'll eat it on the way.
I could join you in the shower.
No, Zachary. Fashion is foreplay. That's why women wear lingerie. You've ruined the moment. As I close the door behind me, I hear him chuckling. It makes me grin. I'm proud of myself for being brave, courageous, enough to show maturity when he asked me about the bed, about Susie's presence that will linger in this house forever.
That's a feminine tie, Zach says as I hold up several ties.
I'm going to request that you not speak. If we got on a plane, I would not tell you how to fly it. Okay, pumpkin, I say in my sweetest voice.
I don't like this. I'm not a mannequin you can dress up. I just want that to be on record.
Noted, but overruled. His eyes bulge at the price tag.
It's $100 tie.
I know, they're all cheap ties, but we don't have a big choice with so little time.
Cheap? $100 is cheap for a tie?
In the fashion world, yes.
Jesus Christ.
This will work. Shirt and tie for under $300. My treat. I saunter to the checkout. He tosses his credit card on the counter.
You're not buying my clothes.
I am. I give the saleslady a wink while handing her my credit card. She smirks, shooting Zach a quick glance.
Hey, Zach.
I turn as a couple approaches us. They look close to Zach's age.
Oh, hey.
He grins.
How's it going?
The guy asks. I sign for the tie and shirt and take the bag. As I sidle up to Zach, the couple eye me and then him. He seems at a loss for words, so I extend my hand. Hi, I'm Emerson.
Rob, and this is my wife, Jill.
I smile. Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Zach fumbles his words.
Emerson was just helping me pick out a new shirt and tie for Aaron's wedding. Aaron's getting married? Rob asks. Yes, just a small wedding at our parents' house. Tell him congratulations.
Zach nods.
I will.
He gives me a quick glance and I return a tight smile.
Rob used to work with me. Now he works for a private jet company.
I nod. Ah, I see.
And
Zach shifts his attention to Rob and Jill.
Emerson used to clean our house. She and Suzanne became close. Now she travels the world taking amazing photos and videos with another photographer.
Wow, that's pretty exciting, Jill says. It is exciting, though not as exciting as this really awkward conversation where Zach has no idea how to explain who I am in his life. Yes, I was Suzanne's friend, but she's dead now. Yes, I cleaned his house, but it's no longer my job. I can see the unanswered questions on their faces. Well, you owe me lunch now. I gaze up at Zach while slipping my hand into his back pocket, something a friend or ex-maid would not do. Then I prepare myself for the backlash, for his body to go rigid or some other subtle rejection. He doesn't. There might be a 2-second pause, but that's all it takes for him to hook his arm around my waist and pull me closer.
Yes, let's get lunch, he says.
I don't expect this, and it makes me feel guilty for doubting him. Maybe all he needed was for me to show him that not everything needs a verbal explanation. Rob and Jill see that we are more than friends, and we didn't have to say one word about it. "Well, enjoy your lunch," Rob says before we stroll toward the exit. As we make our way to the car, Zach says, "Thank you." "For what?" He leans to the side and kisses my head. "You know what for." I grin. Yes, I do. Chapter 34. Emerson. "It's still a feminine pink tie," Zach grumbles, as I tie his cranberry tie. Fashion foreplay, remember? Is that code for I'm getting laid later? I stay focused on his tie, making the perfect Windsor knot. Untie my sash if you want to know what you're getting later. My lips purse into a tiny smirk. Untie this, huh? He tugs the tie to my satin robe. My hair is curled in loose waves, makeup applied, including cranberry lips. I just need to slip into my dress and heels before we leave. My robe falls open when he unties it. Well, fuck me. My smirk breaks into a bigger grin, eating up every ounce of his reaction to my black lace push-up bra and matching thong. The lace bra does nothing to hide my nipples. It's really just a tease. Oh, trust me, I'm going to insist you leave on the tie, but everything else can go later when we do fuck. The wedding doesn't start for 2 hours. The pad of his thumb circles the lace over my nipple. Don't even think about it. I'm not messing up my hair and makeup. His fingertips ghost along my stomach, his thumb sliding into my lace panties. I can enjoy my wife without messing with your hair and makeup. My breath hitches, and my hands grip his arms. My wife. The couple at the mall, and now making claim to me as his wife. I like this shift. This shift plants so many possibilities into my head and my heart. Acceptance. I feel accepted and acknowledged for who I am. Not a charity case, not a checked-off box on a list of good deeds, not a dirty little secret. Zach, no. I attempt a weak protest as I notice, for the first time, that the jar of rocks is gone. I wouldn't have cared if he kept them, but their absence is one more thing that affirms there is an us, and we are real. You wanted me to see this, he says with a low and seductive voice that brings a rush of adrenaline to my veins, pumping my heart faster. As a preview. So I want to give you a preview of what you can expect from me later. Zach, I swallow hard as he backs me into the vanity. My hands grip the edge while he kneels in front of me, sliding my panties down my legs. When you leave with Leah again. He sets my panties on the vanity stool and gives me a wicked grin while easing my legs apart with his hands on my knees. I'm going to miss many things about you. He slowly wets his lips, and I instantly feel drunk with need. But this. His gaze shifts to my spread legs. The look in your eyes when I do this. I can't begin to describe how much I'm going to fucking miss it. The first swipe of his tongue rips a harsh gasp from my chest, but within seconds of his warm mouth covering me, there, I draw my knees up, close my eyes, and come completely undone. One hand fisting his hair, my other hand clenching the edge of the vanity. It's more than love. It's more than physical gratification. Zach makes me feel sensual. He sparks passion inside of me. Our intimacy builds my confidence as a woman. I don't know if I can trust him with my heart, but I trust him with my body. I trust him with my physical vulnerability. Life is a series of moments, and we deem some moments more important than other moments. I won't remember standing in line for coffee, but I'll remember the first time Leah complimented one of my photos while we sipped coffee at the interview. I won't remember the shirt I picked out for Zach to wear to this wedding, but I'll remember the cranberry tie and what he did to me after I tied it around his neck for the first time. People devote their lives to God and sacrifice their human desires, so it would seem ridiculous for any human to put sexual gratification high on a list of important moments in life. Yet, here I am, adding this moment to a rare list of moments that I will never forget, and one that I'm not sure I can live without. It's the words he says, and the way he says them. Every subtle grin, like he'd rather not, but he can't help himself. Every kiss to the top of my head, where he inhales deeply just before his lips make contact. Every time he pulls me into his body, on a sofa or just standing next to him like he can't get close enough to me. Every single moment. I'm going to miss them, and I'm going to compare every new moment to them. Zach can't stop staring at my black lace overlay gown with a slightly off-the-shoulder neckline and a generous slit up the leg. I think it's the cranberry sash around the waist that has his attention. Also noteworthy, everyone, even Zach's dad, compliments him on his tie. Do I get to say I told you so now? In one hand I hold a glass of champagne, and my other hand strokes Zach's tie. Or do you want me to wait until later? He sips his champagne. You didn't tell me the tie thingy to your dress was pink. I chuckle. Because it's not pink. It's cranberry. Red. I shake my head. Cranberry. Cranberry, he mouths seductively, and I can't help my snort and giggle. What a lovely dress. Danielle's mother stops on her way to the newlyweds to give me a quick once-over. Thank you, I smile. Zach makes the formal introduction like the gentleman he is. Vicky, this is Emerson. This is Danielle's mom, Vicky. Will the next wedding here be yours, Zach? She winks. Or... She twists her lips and squints as if trying to recall something. Are you already married? I feel like I heard you were married. Before my heart has a chance to form a solid opinion about the appropriate response to Vicky's questions, Zach speaks up, taking a step away from me. A step away from me. No, I'm not married. I was married, but my wife died. I step closer to him and reach for his hand, but he slips it into his pocket. The world stops turning. Life, as I know it, comes to a screeching halt. Reality rears its ugly head, and I feel the wrath of my own stupidity cut right down the center of my heart. Today is the day. Or, it was supposed to be the day. Today, his family was going to find out about us. We didn't discuss it. It was implied. Wasn't it? Just hours ago, he lovingly called me his wife and did something incredibly intimate to said wife. Wife! I am his wife! Or, I'm fucking delusional. I'm very sorry to hear that. Vicky continues toward the cake table. My brain trips over the flood of thoughts and potential explanations for what he just said. Did he legitimately forget we're married? He's relaxed, sipping champagne like that interaction, the lie, did not just happen. And I really do know that spilling the truth to Danielle's mom before anyone else would not be the best idea. At least, my brain knows it. My heart is too busy bleeding to process actual thoughts, the rational kind. Why are we hiding now? We weren't real, but we're real now, right? We don't have to tell anyone, just let them see it. Us holding hands. Him whispering in my ear and brushing his lips along my cheek while grinning. Until this exact moment, I didn't fully understand how much that elephant in the room mattered to me. My feelings toward Zach and my decisions about my future. Want some cake? Zach asks. I shake my head slowly. I don't want cake. I want to know why today is not the day to just put it out there. Gather round, single ladies, Vicky calls. It's time for Danny to toss her bouquet. It's a small wedding, maybe 30 people, so there are only 2 single ladies here. Danielle's best friend and her younger sister. Miss Emerson, Vicky crooks her finger at me. Bring your pretty single self over here. 3. Apparently there are 3 single ladies here. Zach gives me a little nudge with his hand on my lower back. I shake him off, shooting him a scowl over my shoulder. I want to kill him. I'm certain I will kill him. It's only a matter of time. Still, I keep a semblance of composure, even if it's only a thread. Get going, single lady, he says, and it's fire to my fuse. The thread breaks. Everything inside my body feels tight and warm, feverishly warm. An unnerving, prickly sensation spreads along my skin. I stand way back, giving the other 2 single women ample room to catch the bouquet. 1, 2, 3! Danielle tosses it over her head, and holy fucking Tom Brady arm, she surpasses the other 2 girls as the cannonball of flowers nearly takes off my head. I catch it, earning me disappointed frowns from her sister and BFF. Flipping it back into the air like a game of hot potato, it lands in the arms of her sister. No, you caught it. She hands it back to me. The small gathering claps. And that sparked flame? It hits the other end of the fuse. I'd say I'm seeing red, but it's really cranberry. I see nothing but cranberry. Feel nothing but pure rage. Hear nothing but the whoosh of blood in my ears as I turn and stomp my heeled feet toward Zach. I guess everything in life is fine, until it's not. Not fine rarely comes with any warning. He's grinning, but that grin begins to fade with each enraged step I take on my way to him. His gaze follows my hand, clenching the bouquet like an axe. With my final 2 steps, I lift the bouquet over my head. I am not single! Whack, whack, whack. Your wife is not dead! Whack, whack, whack. I am your fucking wife! Whack, whack, whack. You insensitive asshole! All that's left in my hand is a wad of flowerless stems tied with a ribbon. I drop the stems as Zach slowly lowers his arms that shielded his head while I clobbered him with the bouquet because he said his wife was dead. Because he stepped away from me. Because he called me his wife before he put his face between my legs. Because he stuck his hand in his pocket when I went to hold it. It's so quiet, I not only hear my own pounding heart, I think I can hear his too. What have I done? Did Zach ask himself that same question after he gave Susie an overdose of morphine? Were his actions well thought out, or was he acting on impulse, letting his fragile heart make the decision? You're married? Cecilia's voice breaks through the air as she appears at Zach's side. The lifeless expression on his face mirrors mine. He knew about the elephant in the room. He chose to ignore it. Now, it's come out of the corner and destroyed everything with its raging stampede. Yes, he whispers. When? Cecilia asks. Zach blinks several more times, the only part of his face that moves. Last year. Cecilia's hand shoots to her chest. She knows that means we got married not long after Susie died. She just doesn't know why. And maybe it's none of her business. And maybe I should have held my shit together. There's no maybe about it. I channeled my inner 3-year-old, and I can't undo what I just did. But love makes people do crazy things. It won't sit idle in a corner. Love demands recognition, or it explodes. Were you... Cecilia gets a little choked up. Having enough... No, Zach cuts her off. Then why? I can't take my eyes off Zach, and he can't take his off me. Do you want to tell everyone why we got married? Zach asks me. His tone holds no anger. It's the epitome of surrender, defeat. Be mad, Zach. Please be mad. Be human. I blink, releasing my tears, feeling toxic with regret. No, my voice cracks. My head inches side to side. I just wanted to be acknowledged as your wife. I sniffle while snot works its way down my nose, a lovely accessory to my fancy dress.
Well, now everyone knows you're my wife. Happy?
Zach pivots and worms his way through the small gathering. A few seconds later, the front door slams shut. I chase after him, but he's already pulling out of their driveway. Lifting the skirt of my dress, I run to catch him, but my heels can't keep up. When I reach the end of their long drive, I wipe my tears through my labored breaths. I'm sorry, I whisper to his taillights. By the time I return to the porch, everyone's gathered at the front of the house, gawking out the windows. I open the door, and the crowd scatters. Everyone except Cecilia. I am so sorry, I say to her. It hurts to look at her, so I don't. I retrieve my purse and wrap from the library and order a ride. I'll take you home, or wherever you want to go, if you please tell me what just happened, she says. Your son is a good Samaritan. That's what happened. He's given me more than I deserve, and it wasn't enough. That's on me. And I've ruined a wedding and ruined my relationship with him. I am incredibly sorry. I wipe a stray tear as I make my way to the front door again. I still don't understand. As I open the door, I glance over my shoulder and offer her a painful smile and a slight shrug. It's no longer my story to tell. It never really was. Please give my sincerest apologies to Aaron and Danny. When my ride arrives, I have no choice but to return to Zach's house. My stuff is there. My passport. My cat. A haunting silence greets me when I open the door and slip off my heels. I swallow my fear and deflated pride while dragging my feet to his bedroom. My shaky hand wraps around the handle to push it down, but it won't budge. He's locked me out. Making a fist, I lift it to knock, but I stop short. My fingers uncurl and I rest my palm on the door, closing my eyes. What have I done? I'm sorry, I whisper again, before retreating to my bedroom. I don't have the energy to remove my makeup or put on a nightshirt. I manage to get out of my dress and crawl into bed in my bra and panties. My arms hug a pillow to my body, and my tears eventually dry. My mind settles, and I fall asleep. The next morning, the high-pitched churning of the coffee grinder brings me out of my coma of regret. Before I can make the walk of shame, I shower and slip into jeans and a tee. Hair wet, eyes still a little red and swollen. As much as I wish I could teleport myself to literally anywhere else in the world, I can't. So I pad my way to the kitchen. Zach doesn't look up from his plate or his phone next to it. He keeps one hand curled around his coffee mug, slowly bringing it to his lips like I'm not in the room. I pour myself a cup of coffee and ease into the seat next to him. Still, he acts like I'm not here. I press my lips together and carefully weigh my words. I think I wanted to be your real wife. And yesterday, you made me feel like a nobody after you made me feel, well, like somebody to you. You actually took a step away from me to announce your widower status. And when I tried to hold your hand, you shoved it into your pocket. I ease my head back and forth. I can't be intimate with you and be a nobody. Maybe I thought I could, but I can't. I cup my coffee mug with both hands and stare at the black water instead of waiting for him to look at me. My mother never married. She never demanded someone be accountable to her for more than one night. She never dared to dream big, to feel like she deserved a place in this world where she truly belonged. where she felt security and unconditional love. My whole life, I've dreamed of love, even when I didn't know what that meant. I think I've wanted it more than absolutely anything else. I've dreamed about beautiful weddings, first houses, and the pitter-patter of tiny feet. The dream. I've dreamed about the dream. Instead, I got a courthouse marriage, a loveless marriage, cheap airfare, health insurance, and a get-out-of-debt-free card. And if I sound ungrateful, I'm not. I'm really, really not. I'm truly sorry for the mess I've caused with your family and for acting so impulsive at Aaron and Danielle's wedding. I'm not proud of what happened, and I would take it all back if I could. But I'm not upset that the truth is out, even if I don't really know anymore what the truth is between us. Still nothing from him. I'm sure you're silently counting down the minutes until I'm gone. I quickly wipe away a tear. This is a whole new level of ghosting. I've never had someone do it to me in person, while we're in the same room. The muscles in his jaw flex, hard and unforgiving. There's an earthquake of tension rolling off his body, leaving a mark on my heart with aftershocks I will feel for a long time. He takes his plate and coffee mug to the sink, letting them drop in the basin with a crash as he drops his chin to his chest. I don't know when you think you fell in love with me, but I didn't suggest the marriage for any other reason than helping you. We crossed a line, and I thought I was in control. I thought I was prepared to deal with the ramifications of crossing that line, but I wasn't. I'm not. He rubs his temples. Fuck, I don't even know right now. This is on me, not you. I will deal with the mess. I didn't think our marriage would be anything more than a benefit to you. Zach lifts his head and cuts his gaze to mine, his face marred with so much agony. The marriage. He pauses, closing his eyes for a brief second. He shakes his head. It was all so backward. You have been a true lifeline for me, and I think about you all the time. I also can't reconcile the marriage and the intimacy. You are so much more than a friend, and by law, you are my wife. But in my head, and maybe even in my heart, you are not my wife. And I'm sorry if that hurts you. I fucked up. I've called you my wife more than once because I've been trying to make sense of what we have become. I've tried to see where we truly fit into each other's lives. And until I figure that out, I can't explain it to myself, least of all my family and friends. So if you needed me to be publicly accountable for our marital status, a heads up would have been nice. There are so many things I want to say to Zach. I think I've always had so many things I've wanted to say to him. The timing is never right. My heart doesn't know how to be that brave. So I hold everything inside and let it fester until the pain is too much to bear. Maybe the words I'm getting ready to say are not the right ones. It's highly likely they're not, but they are the most honest ones. Labels shouldn't matter. Deep down I know this, but sometimes a label feels like validation. Validation of one's feelings. Validation of one's intentions. I don't know how to love you and be married to you, yet not be your wife. And that's just my truth right now. Zach takes his time, proving to be the patient man I met the day he hired me. Well, he turns, crossing his arms over his chest. I have a lot to figure out. We are on completely different paths in life, which makes it overwhelming to feel responsible for your future as well as mine. So, after yesterday's events, I realize the only way I can be with you right now is if I don't think of myself as your husband. Ouch. I will feel those words for a long time, maybe forever. Much like last night, we have another stare down. I can't help but wonder if he's struggling to find words, or if he's like me and struggling to find the right ones in a mess of a million desperate thoughts swirling in his head. He seems to rest his case with an idle tongue. And while I have so much fight left in me, the words my conscience keeps whispering are, "You don't know how to love him without losing a piece of yourself." That's my reality at this time in my life. It's also hard not to think about Brady and how he seemed to love me, I use that word lightly, for the person he knew I could be instead of the person I was at the time. If Zach really does love me, what version does he love? Who I am or who I could be? Love is not good at chasing expectations. It thrives on acceptance. With a silent nod, I show my love for him, my acceptance of him, and his feelings about me. And I rest my case, too, with an idle tongue. I'm going to pack.
Where are you going?
I see the anguish in his eyes. It says everything. Why couldn't we have found each other at a different time? Maybe in a different life? To New York. I booked the flight when I woke in the middle of the night. Leah could use a friend right now. He nods slowly, and I head to my room. I pack. I sit in Suzanne's chair with her quilt hugged to my chest. I'm not sure where Zach is right now. Maybe he left. I can't blame him. Goodbyes suck. A little after 1 o'clock, I roll my suitcase to the door and get Harry Potter in his carrier. Just as I bring up the app to order a ride, Zach comes through the front door, pausing when he sees me and my stuff ready to go. I offer him all I have, which is a nervous, heartbreaking smile. I was just ordering a ride.
I'll take you.
You don't have to. He brushes past me to the kitchen, getting a glass of water.
I know I don't have to, but I want to.
I nod and swallow the building emotion in my throat as he gulps down the glass of water. When he sets the empty glass on the counter, his sad eyes meet my gaze. An intense ache settles into my heart, a yearning for him to say something to make this okay, to make us okay. When he comes up empty, I let my gaze fall to the floor the way my heart sinks into the pit of my stomach with a slow, throbbing beat. Zach grabs my suitcase and my carry-on bag and lugs them to his car. "Let's go, Harry," I whisper as we follow Zach. When the silence hurts too much, I lean my head against the window and close my eyes. The hour drive to the terminal feels like 10 hours. It's killing me to go. It would kill me to stay. There is no escaping the pain. I can only hope distance will be a salve. Work will be a distraction, and time will grant perspective. Right now, I can't see anything through my blinding emotions. When his car stops at the curb, neither one of us reaches for our door handle. I'm not ready to let go, but if I'm honest, I'll never be ready. Life doesn't care if we're ready. It marches on, demanding we keep pace or fall behind in a cloud of dust, suffocating in the past.
I love you, Emerson.
Here they come. All the tears.
He
blows a breath out his nose.
Love you.
I wipe my eyes and climb out of the car, frantically retrieving Harry from the back seat while Zach takes his time unloading my suitcase and carry-on. My chest feels completely crushed, stifled by life. Of course, he knows I'm crying, choking, clawing at my bags in a desperate attempt to get out of here, to find a breath again. He is not my oxygen. My heart will beat without him. I let these words, this truth, loop in my head over and over again. It has to be my new mantra. Maybe it's because I'm 25. Maybe it's because I'm a girl. Maybe it's because I'm a romantic. Whatever it is, it feels like he's a little hurt, maybe a little disappointed, and yes, a little in love with me. But it also feels like it's too easy for him to say goodbye. I'm not dying. At least I hope today is not my day. So I don't expect him to mourn me leaving like he mourned losing Susie. However, a tear, a little red emotion in his eyes, a word or two breaking under the weight of that emotion, something, anything, would make me feel loved so much more than simply saying the words. Stupid me. I really did think all I needed was to hear him say it. I was wrong. My heart can't hear. It can only feel.
Text her, call me when you land.
I nod, but I can't look at him. He hugs me, but I can't hug him back. I'm afraid I would never let go. He kisses me, but I can't kiss him back. I won't take what no longer feels like mine. He holds my face and keeps us so close our noses touch. There's a slight agony to his voice, and I inhale it, feeding it to my heart, recording it in my soul where we keep all the tiny moments in life from when we truly feel loved.
Touch me.
He grabs my hands and brings them to his face. I can't, I say through a strangled sob.
Kiss me.
He presses his lips to mine again. They're desperate and demanding. They're everything I need. Still, if I give in, I will never leave. I can't. I pull away. His shoulders sag inward. I hate that my need for self-preservation feels like rejection to him. But the cruelest thing we can give each other is false hope. It is a mirage, nothing but a slow death. I'll let you know when I land. I gather my things again and head toward the entrance without looking back. Chapter 35. Emerson. Oh, you brought your cat. Leah wrinkles her nose when she meets me at the back of her car to load up my suitcase, and Harry Potter. I hope it's okay. I couldn't leave him this time. Well, we won't tell my landlord. She winks, closing the hatchback. But why couldn't you leave him? We get into the car and fasten our seatbelts. Because I don't know if I'm going back. Shooting me a wide-eyed glance, she parts her lips into an O. I frown. It's not good. Sorry to hear that. When do you want the bad news from me? She pulls away from the curb into the bumper-to-bumper traffic. Might as well lay it on me now. My mom's struggling emotionally. I don't know how quickly she's going to move through the bereavement phase, and I don't want to be too far away if she needs me. So, I want to stay in the U.S. for now. Well, excluding Hawaii and Alaska. That's understandable. So, are you going back for Thanksgiving? I shake my head. I don't have anyone to go back to. I'm definitely not going to be welcomed at Zach's family gathering, and you know the situation with my mom. It's no big deal. I'm good on my own. You'll spend the holidays with me and my family. They're dying to meet you. Leah, I don't want to intrude. I'm really grateful for your sofa. That's plenty. Don't say that until you feel my sofa. It wasn't purchased for comfort. It's a beautiful prop. If you promise to behave, I'll let you sleep with me. I manage a grin. I'll see what I can do. So, things are really messy with Zach? Or did you manage a clean break? We're legally married. I'm not sure there's such a thing as a clean break. What felt like one, but now is two, will always leave remnants. Little crumbs everywhere. I didn't leave Zach behind. I took little pieces of him with me, even if not by choice. You're breaking my heart, babe. I nod. Mine too, I whisper, as I pull out my phone and message him as promised. M. Landed safely. He messages me right back with a thumbs-up emoji. I spend my time working hard on social media, slowly building a highly engaged following. People just want to connect. They want to be heard. They want to feel validated like their existence and their opinions matter. I'm getting so close to 100,000 followers, which means I will go ahead and monetize my page. If I can make enough money on my own, I can get an okay health insurance plan. Then I don't need to be Zach's wife anymore. And that's both liberating and soul-robbing. Right before Thanksgiving, Leah and I take the train to Boston to shoot boudoir photos for a group of wealthy women who just turned 40. One of the women has followed Leah since she first started her Instagram page. What are you reading? Leah glances over my shoulder as we wait for the clients to arrive. It's a rented studio on the second floor of an old brownstone with spectacular natural light, various textured walls, an old bathtub, and a wrought iron bed with white sheets and fluffy pillows. 2 different velvet sofas and lots of old hardwood flooring. Tips for better boudoir shoot? She reads the article title on my phone. I shrug. I haven't done this before. I don't want to mess up. She laughs. Just be yourself. We'll ask them about their strengths and insecurities while sharing our own to form a connection with them. The most important part is to talk to them. Silence only invites awkwardness. Shower them with praise. They are not professional models. They'll need encouragement. Use the mirror to create more space. Use the windows for reflections. Just make sure your reflection isn't in the photo. Encourage them to think of special people or special moments in their lives so you don't have a bunch of shots with meaningless expressions. I nod. Okay. And if we have time left after they leave, I'll take some photos of you. My gaze shoots to hers. What? Why? Like headshots? Lee chuckles. Yes, your head can be in the shot too. She winks. I don't need boudoir photos. I shake my head. Well, I need them for my page and my website. I don't do a lot of these sessions, and only a handful of clients sign release forms for me to share photos. What makes you think I'll sign a release? She rolls her eyes before turning on her camera and checking the settings. You already signed a photo release when I hired you. That's clever? I scoff. No, I don't know, but I'll think of it. Over the next 3 hours, I find myself drawn to this kind of photography. It's intimate and revealing, but not just in a physical sense. It's emotionally intimate as well. It's an honor to be invited to share in such vulnerability. Leah says the same thing about shooting birth photos. You're up, she announces, checking her watch after the women leave. We only have 20 minutes. It's going to take us that long to pack up everything. I only need 10 minutes to pack and 5 minutes to get some shots of you. I don't have anything to wear. Maybe some other time? I slip my camera into its bag. Take off your clothes. I promise these will be the most tasteful images you've ever seen. I promise you'll want to share them on your own page. I continue to shake my head. Do it or you're fired. I giggle. Stop. She goes straight into desperation mode. Come on, just do it. Fine, but so help me, if you make me look like some hussy on a trashy website, it's like you don't even know me. I'm truly offended. I don't buy into her feigned offense, but I go ahead and remove my clothes. After sharing a room in hostels for nearly a year, and now sharing her studio apartment, we've seen each other naked too many times to count. No modesty is necessary at this point. A little music to get you in the mood. She winks at me as I stand in front of her, totally naked with my hands on my hips. Lana Del Rey sings about her white dress as Leah guides me through a series of poses around the room. As promised, it only takes 5 minutes. I throw on my clothes and we load up the equipment, exceeding the allotted rental time by only 2 minutes. As soon as we get back to the hotel for the night, Leah brings up her photos of me on her computer. Whoa, I gawk at them. She smirks. Gorgeous. You look like a work of art. Every curve, the shadowing, you're showing everything, yet oddly, nothing all at the same time. I nod slowly. Can I put a few on my page? She asks. Oh, I do get a choice? Yes, she says with theatrical exasperation. You get a choice. You can put any of these on your page. I pointed to the ones that are the least revealing. Granted, I'm naked in all of them. Cool. She doesn't waste a single second before grabbing her phone and airdropping the photos from her computer. After dinner, we hang out at the hotel bar so Leah can flirt with the bartender and I can stare at my phone. The photos she posted of me already have over 200,000 likes and nearly 20,000 comments, most of them fire or hot pepper emojis. A message from Zach pops up on the top of my screen, and I quickly click on it. I haven't talked to him in over a month. It's not like us, and I've missed him. But I've also felt like we've needed this space. So, why am I giddy over a text? Zach.
Where are your clothes?
Oh my God! I cover my grin, eyes wide as I hold my phone up so Leah can see his message. Yeah, baby! Eat it, Zach. The world is looking at your naked wife. Shh, I laugh. I'm cutting you off. I waggle a finger at the bartender, and he just smirks. Seriously, like, what do I say? She grabs my phone and types, question mark, question mark, question mark. He responds right away. Zach.
I'm not blind or stupid. WTF, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
I think he's legit mad. Let him be mad, she says. He had his chance with you. Merlot and a few too many shots have made her bold. Maybe I need a few more drinks before I respond. Don't you dare reply to him. My thumbs move over my screen. I can't exactly ignore him forever, and I don't think he really did have his chance with me. He's still living in the past, and I'm racing toward my future. Living in the present is too hard right now, maybe impossible. You can ignore him. Those are just excuses. If you were meant to be together, you would be. Period. But you're not together, and that's it. That's your answer. M. They're called boudoir photos. Leah needed a model. I'm glad you like them. Nope. I delete the last line. I don't want him thinking I care what he thinks. Zach.
I have a beautiful wife.
His stupid reply robs me of all excitement. Fuck you, Zach, I whisper. Leah glances at my screen. Oh, that's so sweet. She flip-flops with one text. It's not sweet. It's manipulative. Wife? He likes to claim me as his wife when it suits him. My thumbs go to work, saying as much. M. Your wife died. You don't have a wife. Harsh? Yes, but sometimes harsh is necessary. He doesn't respond. I wait and wait. Welp, you told him. I nod, feeling terrible. Truly terrible. Yeah, I whisper. I told him. Chapter 36. Emerson. The problem with saying things out of spite? It's impossible to take them back. There are not enough I'm sorry's or I didn't mean it's to erase memories. Forgiveness, at best, is a bandage to cover wounds. Words leave emotional scars. My mom left a lot on me, and I fear I've inflicted some on Zach. Knowing these very basic facts is the reason I haven't jumped on a plane and headed back to Atlanta, groveling and begging for forgiveness. The collapse of whatever we are, or were, is far from one-sided. What more can be expected from two people years apart in age, married out of convenience, and emotionally bound to unrealistic expectations and the haunting memories of a woman who unknowingly, or maybe not so unknowingly, brought us together? Thanksgiving passes, and no word from Zach. Christmas passes, and no word from Zach. Granted, I could make the effort to contact him, but I don't know if there's anything left to say. The new year brings a long list of goals and a new sense of independence. Feeling completely resigned to fate, I balance my checking account and text Zach. Send me the divorce papers. It hurts everywhere. I'm angry, but I don't know who's to blame. Zach? Me? Susie? I settle on Susie because she planted the seed in my head. I felt like my being with Zach was, in some small way, her dying wish. In theory, we belonged together, but we messed up. We had all the right ingredients but mixed in wrong order, solving a mathematical expression without using the order of operations. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong order of events. Wrong... Lifetime. Just after everyone cheers and finds literally anyone to kiss when the clock strikes midnight, I get an unexpected call. Shouldering my way through the crowd of people in Leah's favorite Manhattan bar, I look for a tiny corner where I can hear and see the screen of my phone better. I desperately want it to be Zach, but it's not. I squint at my screen, not recognizing the number. Hello?
Is this Emerson?
A man's voice asks. It is.
My name is Brad. Was a friend of your mom's.
Friend? My mom never had male friends. She had guys who used her, abused her, and hung her out to dry. Okay, I say slowly. I don't know why you're calling, but I haven't seen or spoken to my mom in years.
Yeah, I know. You see,
he clears his throat.
I don't know how to say this, but...
Just say it. I'm a little busy at the moment.
Your mom passed away yesterday.
Silence fills the line. Even the noise in the bar disappears, and I realize I'm only hearing the slow beat of my heart. I don't move. I haven't cried for my mom since the day I left home, and even then, I think the tears were more for me. The feeling of complete rejection. The feeling that she abandoned me long before I stole her car and never looked back. All this time, she never called me. Not once. She had my number and never called. Maybe that's why now, amidst the news of her death, I have no tears. Not for her, not for me.
Since you are next of kin, we need you to come take care of things.
I shake my head and open my mouth to speak, but I can't find the right words. There's nothing to take care of. I'm only her daughter in name, and I have half of her genes. That's it. I don't know how you got my number, but I'm not the person you're looking for. Maybe you should contact her boyfriend. I'm sure she had one. Unless, that's you?
No, ma'am. I was in her AA group. I've been sober for 2 years now, and she just celebrated 1 year. And to my knowledge, she lived alone. I got your number from her landlord. I was supposed to pick her up and drive her to the meeting. Her door was cracked open, and that's when I found her unresponsive in bed. He
clears his throat again.
There was an empty bottle of fentanyl and several empty bottles of vodka. I just had no idea. I'm so sorry. The last time I saw her, she seemed to be doing really well, you know?
I rub my forehead and close my eyes. No, sorry. I don't actually know.
Listen, I didn't know who else to call. I don't know what your relationship was with your mom. She talked about you with great pride. I'm really sorry.
I nod slowly before dropping the phone to my side and closing my eyes. Athens, Georgia isn't Los Angeles. That's where Leah is while I deal with next of kin stuff. Making arrangements for my mother's cremation isn't a day at the beach. I envy Leah right now. The landlord lets me into my mom's apartment. It reeks of alcohol, cigarette smoke, and other things I don't want to think about. The lone green sofa looks like something from the 70s. It's the only sofa she's ever had since before I can remember. Dirty dishes overflow in the sink, and flies fighting over the rotten food congregate on the mismatched bowls and plates.
There's vomit in the bedroom, and cigarette burns on the countertops. I'm afraid I won't be able to refund your deposit to you,
the landlord says. I grunt a laugh, but don't say anything before he leaves me alone in the 2-bedroom hellhole. There's nothing to save here. He wants me to empty this place, but I'm not going to touch a damn thing. There's a reason I walked away from her. Hell, I sped away in her car. There are a few pictures in dusty frames with cracked glass. I take out the one of us and slip it into my purse without giving it much thought. I'll walk down memory lane later, because right now, I'm ready to lose my breakfast from the stench. Making a quick stroll through each room, peeking in a few drawers, and trying hard to ignore the empty vodka bottles still on the floor next to her bed, I search for anything else worth taking. There's nothing. No heirlooms, nothing that belonged to me, no hidden cash or jewelry, not a shred of sentimentality in this apartment. I know that Brad guy said she had been sober for a year. He said she had talked about me with some sort of pride. I don't believe it. I think he walked into a bad situation and simply told me whatever he thought might lure me back here to deal with the dead body. The fact that the words dead body come to mind before mom or anything more personal or endearing just shows how much she destroyed us long before she died. With nothing more than a photo in my purse and a predictably painted canvas in my mind of how her miserable life ended, I bypass the landlord's apartment, jump into my rental car, and put as much distance between me and the entire city of Athens as possible. Am I a terrible daughter? A terrible person? I paid to have her cremated, but I didn't stay to collect the remains. I visited her apartment, but I took nothing more than a photo. It's been 3 days since I received the call about her death, but I've not shed a single tear. Yes, I'm definitely a terrible person. When I reach Atlanta, I have no idea what to do next. My ticket was one way because I didn't know how long it would take to get my mom's things in order. Clearly, not that long since her life was void of order before she died. After driving around for another hour, I find a hotel and get a room for the night. I'm so numb at the moment. Collapsing onto the bed, I stare at the ceiling, eventually counting the drips from the faucet in the bathroom. 1, 2, 3. Is this how my mom felt? Alone? Counting drips from a leaky faucet? Wondering how she got to that point in her life and where she was going? Did she ever miss my dad? Or any of the truly hideous men that rotated in and out of her life for years? Did she miss me? Will I miss her? I stop counting drips at 250, grab my phone, and call Leah. She doesn't answer, so I text her. M. Call me when you get a chance. She's on Los Angeles time, so I know she's not asleep. And I have no one else. Leah. That's where my list ends. It's crazy to think about the number of people I've met while traveling the world, yet only one makes the list of people I would call after my mom dies. I sit up and run my hands through my hair before retrieving the photo from my purse. I don't know who took the photo, but it portrays a false picture of a happy mother and daughter on the beach. Lower bodies buried in the sand and squiggly lines making the sand mounded over us look like mermaid tails. I shove the photo back into my purse and sigh. Fuck it. I have a husband here in Atlanta. A husband who has made no effort to contact me recently. No divorce papers, no surprise visits, nothing. With my emotions all over the place, I grab my bag and ride this tiny wave of courage all the way to his house. I spend the next 10 minutes convincing myself that this is not a good idea, but it's a necessary one. With 3 knocks on his front door, I wring my hands together in front of me and hold my breath. After I'm confident he's not home, I pivot and head back down the driveway, equally relieved and disappointed. Hello? I turn back toward the voice. A woman holds her hand up to her forehead, squinting against the setting sun. Are you looking for Zach? I was. Now I'm not so sure. He'll be home in a few hours if you want to check back. I'm rarely speechless. In fact, nervous rambling is my specialty. I have no idea what to say to this woman. My thoughts won't give me a good response. They're too busy imagining who she might be, why she's at Zach's house when he's not here, and an onslaught of other destructive emotions and images. He's not mine. He never was mine. I know this, and I hate that I have to repeat this in my head so many times. I hate that it doesn't sink in and feel like the truth. Is everything okay? She asks. And why wouldn't she? I don't move. I don't speak. I must look crazy. Everything is fine. I managed 3 words. One big lie. In the next breath, my legs take me back to my rental car in quick strides. At the hotel, I order room service and raid the minibar. My mom died. I should be allowed a night of overeating and drinking myself into a comfortable state of numbness. Surely there's at least a day pass from reality when you lose a parent. Once I've consumed 3 tiny bottles of whiskey, which I hate, and stuffed myself with greasy fries and a cheeseburger that tastes amazing because it's been so long since I've eaten this much salt and grease, I flip on the TV and melt into the pillows piled against the headboard. I'll return to the minibar in a bit. Midway through my mindless cable channel surfing, my phone rings. Probably Leah finally calling me back. Shit, I frown at the screen. It's not Leah. Ciao, I answer with a manufactured enthusiasm only 3 tiny bottles of whiskey could offer. Hi, where are you? Zach asks. Mystery Woman must have been a little too descriptive in telling him about the barely coherent woman who stopped by earlier this evening. I close my eyes, feeling oddly at peace with the day's events. I must say, whiskey tastes like horse piss. Not speaking from experience, but it makes life seem a little less shitty. Tonight, I give it 5 stars and a glowing recommendation. In a hotel room with a leaky faucet but a well-stocked minibar, where are you? What brings you to Atlanta? Why does he get to ask all the questions? Oh, you know, the huge, vacation, and my dead mother. Emerson, he says with so much pity in his voice. Doesn't he know by now that I despise pity? For Christ's sake, I lived out of my car because I refused to let anyone take pity on me. I would rather choke to death on my pride than feel weak. Anyway, I'll be heading to LA in a day or 2. I gather that you're calling me because your girlfriend... That word tastes worse than the whiskey in my mouth. Must have mentioned I stopped by. I was just in the area. No big deal. Where are you? I laugh. I told you, in a hotel room with a... Emerson, that's not what I mean. What hotel? What is your room number? Can't say. You know, stranger danger and all that. And I haven't seen or heard from you in a while, so you're pretty much a stranger to me by this point. Jesus, Emerson, just tell me where you are. Emotion strangles me. Just the sound of his voice manages to rip open the parts of my heart that I've been trying to heal for months. I'm not sure there are enough bottles of alcohol in the minibar to numb this kind of pain. You know, I wipe my tears. You need to send me those papers. Did you get my text? I'm good. I don't need your insurance anymore. I'll manage on my own. If you have them, I could sign them before I go home, and then you would be free. Emerson, just think about it, okay? I end the call before he can respond. I stare at the TV for another hour, not really registering what I'm watching. Baseball, I think. The whiskey starts to wear off, and I contemplate moving on to vodka. Instead, I text Zach the hotel address and my room number.
Zach. Since the wedding incident, I've let Emerson have time to herself and space for clarity. I needed it too. I did it because I love her. Does that make me gallant, selfless, stubborn, or just plain stupid? The jury is still out on that. I've thought about calling her a million times. A text, a message on her phone at 2 a.m, even snail mail, anything to appease my need to feel close to her again. The naked photos were a wake-up call. Her replying with a not-so-subtle reminder that my wife died only solidified what I already knew. I'm the asshole who let things get out of hand. She evokes a storm of emotions inside of me. Love, lust, fear, hope. I've tried to let her go, but I haven't. I've held on with a piece of paper that says she's my wife and I am her husband, but it's just that, a piece of paper. I am not her husband, She is not my wife. Every ounce of hope that I have given her, every ounce of hope that I have allowed myself to feel, is nothing more than a subconscious attempt at derailing her future. She's too young to lose focus of her dreams, and I'm too old to be selfish by asking her to choose me. But dear God, oh, how I've wanted to be selfish. Emerson opens the hotel room door. Her wrinkled shirt, old jeans, and makeupless face complement the defeated slump of her shoulders. Hey, I say. It takes me a minute to move, speak, or even breathe, for that matter. I step inside, and the door clicks shut behind me. Taking 2 more steps toward her, my arms reach for her waist. I'm so sorry to hear about your mom. Emerson jumps back, bumping into the TV console like my touch might burn her. Holding up her hands, she shakes her head. Nope, I'm good. I don't need a shoulder to cry on, or a hug, or whatever you think I need. Just the papers. Did you bring the papers? She escapes to the other side of the room, putting as much distance between us as possible. I haven't had time. Are you in a rush? I slip my hands into my back pockets. It's a lie. I've had plenty of time. She shakes her head. It needs to end. Whatever good deed you promised to Susie or God or whomever, you've more than fulfilled it. And it has to be a little awkward to date other people when you're technically married. I'm not dating other people, I say with little emotion. It's taking all I have not to let her see me bleed. Well, she shakes her head and waves a hand. Dating, hooking up, whatever. I'm just saying, your charity saved me. It got me to where I am today. I will forever feel indebted to you, but your generosity is no longer needed. Charity. Generosity. I nod slowly. I see, I whisper, rubbing my lips together. And where you're at today is in a hotel room eating overpriced room service by yourself and raiding the minibar. If this is where my charity and generosity got you, then I'm not overly proud of myself. Zach, stop. And for the record, the woman you saw at my house is a friend, a fellow pilot. She ended up in Atlanta with a longer layover than originally planned, so I offered to let her stay with me instead of at a hotel. She gives me a tight smile. As you would, because you're generous to a fault. Maybe she needs good insurance too. And I'm hoarding your wife's status at the moment, so all the more reason to have me sign the papers. I drop my head and sigh. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know how to love you fairly. I just told you. I lift my head again. You want a divorce? I want you to be free. Who says I'm not? Not one call. Not one text. If not the woman at your house, is there someone else? No. I shake my head. Have you dated? No. Emerson grits her teeth for a second before taking a hard swallow. Are you waiting around for me? No. My voice shakes, a little on edge. I'm waiting on myself. I'm waiting for... I don't know. Time. I'm waiting for time. Isn't that the most simplistic answer to the question? In time, she'll find someone else. Someone who's on the same path. In time, I'll feel like she truly doesn't need me, instead of her telling me that when I know it's not yet true. Then what are you doing? She raises her voice and immediately flinches with regret. I work. I spend time with family and friends. I take care of my house and yard. I get haircuts, go to the dentist, shop for groceries, watch TV. I'm living. That's what I'm doing. And missing her. God, I've missed her every single day. It's no longer tomato paste and peanut butter that distracts me from thinking about Suzanne. It's Emerson, my wife. Well, she shrugs. There you go. You've just made my point, which is that you have a life, a job, family and friends. And if on rare occasions you have time alone to miss your wife, I'm not the wife you're missing. I wince. I can't help it. That fucking hurt. Why would you say that? She crosses her arms over her chest. Maybe because you haven't made contact with me in months. Another wince. If you needed me, you could have called. I would have come to you, talked on the phone, whatever you wanted. So, you make time for your family and friends. Does that mean they call you when they're in need? Not necessarily. Emerson gives me a careful nod. You see them because you want to see them? Inching my head side to side, I narrow my eyes. It's different. Of course it's different. You obviously care about them. You want to talk to them. You want to know how they're doing. I care about you. Obviously, she scoffs. I'm giving you space and time. I've told you this. Your dreams matter the most to me. It's because I care. I pinch the bridge of my nose. It's because I love you that I'm not demanding your time. Let's just be really clear about this, okay? She draws in a shaky breath, tears in her eyes, jaw set. I continue. I love you. I knew it in Malaysia. I just had no clue what to do with this love. I miss all the moments we've shared together and all the moments we may never share. But loving you means not letting you get sidetracked with us when you're so young with such a bright future ahead of you. And when you left, I knew that my presence in your life and our unconventional relationship was a distraction. I refuse to be a hurdle or an excuse for you to give up pursuing your passion. To what? Be a wife? Is that your life's goal? I may have given you encouragement and the means to follow your dreams, but I'm no longer that person in your life. I'm nothing more than your weakest link, a rusty old anchor that will keep you from experiencing passion. The passion you have within yourself. Don't let anyone keep you from that. Emerson closes her eyes and bites her lips together. I hold my hands out to my sides. I'm here, living. I've pursued my dreams. Nobody stood in my way. Nobody kept me from staying focused. I didn't force anything in my life. When I met Suzanne, I took an instant interest in her. Then I found out that she was with Tara. So I kept doing my thing. I worked. I dated other women. I lived. And I had no clue that fate would bring us together, but it did. Life is all about timing. She slowly blinks open her eyes. It's not our time, she whispers. It's not our time, I echo. It was the photos. I shake my head, eyes narrowed. It wasn't the fucking photos. I couldn't care less about the photos. That's not entirely true, but it's not my point. Was it what I said at the wedding? Does your family hate me? They don't hate you. They understand why I married you. Emerson nods several times. Not one call, she says, getting choked up again. I feel her. I feel all the things she's afraid to say because I'm afraid to say them too. It sucks to have irrational and impulsive emotions when it comes to love. What would I have said? I whisper. She sniffles and blots the corners of her eyes. That you miss me, I grunt. Seems a little cruel to say that. Sounds like a guilt trip when you're working so hard to pursue your dreams. If you called to tell me that you miss me, I'd be on the next flight to you. I'd wait by your door for you to come home. And I'd never want to leave you again. How dysfunctional is that? How would I do my own job? Long-distance relationships work because of all the things that aren't said. Bullshit, she balls her fists. It's been months. That's not a long-distance relationship, it's abandonment. Fine. Don't call to say you miss me. Call to say you love me. Call me to wish me a Merry Christmas or a Happy fucking New Year. Call me and tell me about your day. Or what your plans are for the weekend. Send me pictures of the garden or pictures of your smiling face. You follow me on Instagram. I know you're seeing pictures of me. You know what's happening in my life. You never post anything. You never share your life. If I surrender, if I let myself fall, I will crush her. Her dreams, her future, her independence. Then why didn't you call me? Why didn't you ask me about my day? Why didn't you request I send you pictures? You're all pissed off that I didn't call you, but you didn't call me. Instant regret. every single word. She draws in a shaky breath that makes her whole body shiver. "How was your day?" she asks in a soft voice. Shitty. The woman I love won't let me touch her, and it's really fucking killing me. I take a step toward her, and another, then another. "I should have called," I whisper, because pretending like I'm the strong one no longer makes sense. We have survived too much. When her gaze meets mine again, the floodgates open into uncontrollable sobs. "My mom died." I obliterate the last few inches between us, wrapping her in my arms. If I could wring every bit of pain and grief from her and absorb it into my own heart, I would do it. Resting my lips on top of her head while stroking her hair, I whisper, "I know, Em, and I'm so very sorry." Easing onto the bed, I bring her whole body onto my lap, cradling her in my arms. There are no right words. They all feel inadequate. Does she know this? Does she feel my love for her? The love she didn't get from her parents. The love she never had from siblings. The love that fell short in all of her relationships before me. This love, whatever it may be, is bittersweet. It's everything, yet never enough. Wrong fucking time. When her well of tears runs dry and her tired eyes refuse to open, her body refuses to move from this spot in my arms. We lie back, and sleep claims us. Em, I press my lips to her forehead before the sun rises. I've missed this feeling so much. Her touch. I have to go. I have work today, I say, breaking our bubble. Why is one of us always leaving? She whispers without moving an inch. Why can't we hide in a cocoon forever, forgetting goals, redefining dreams, living in the moment and only for each other? Why is that so hard, so complicated? She nuzzles her nose into my shirt and inhales. Then she works her face into the crook of my neck and does it again. It keeps awakening that hope for a few breaths before leaving my heart stranded again. And it never gets easier. Seeing her, leaving her, missing her, loving her. I hate that I have to leave. I kiss her forehead again. Emerson's fingers claim my shirt as her lips brush the skin along my neck. They don't taste. They don't playfully nip. They just feel. I'm speechless. Everything has been said over and over again. I love you, but. I want you, but. Over and over again, we grapple with a reality we just don't want to accept. My hands thread through her hair, tipping her head back. She's captive in my hold, in my eyes. My lips tease hers, and those unavoidable feelings ignite. The kiss grows more intense. I want to live in the moment, but my heart knows it will suffer a long hangover and destroy her in its path. Zach. She turns her head, proving to be the stronger one this morning. I bury my face in the bed just above her shoulder. I know. She's here. She's everywhere. Emerson, not Suzanne. The beat of her heart chest to chest with mine. Her parted legs nestling my pelvis as I try to hold back the urge to move against her. Those demanding hands in my hair, the lingering warmth of her lips, the floral scent along her skin. I like this bubble. She sighs, ghosting her fingers along my back. I like it too much. It's blinding and all-consuming. But it always pops. And I'm left feeling so deflated and empty inside, it's debilitating. I slowly climb off the bed. Pop. The bubble breaks with one look. Our time has once again expired. We're going our separate ways again with an uncertain future. Do you need help booking a flight home? I ask. Emerson sits up slowly and straightens her shirt. No, I've got it. Do you need a ride anywhere? I have a rental car. I scratch my jaw. Do you need anything? Pressing her lips together, she averts her gaze for a few seconds. Time, she whispers. After a few slow blinks, I nod. Turning away from her, I slide open the curtains several more inches, letting in the first rays of the sunrise. Ask me to stay. Skip my flights, crawl into bed with you, and forget about the world. It's so impulsive and stupid. But Emerson makes me feel young and alive again. She dominates my thoughts from half a world away. And I know the answer to my ridiculous request, but I say it anyway. I say it because when I walk out that door, I don't want her to ever question my heart. When she doesn't respond, I turn back toward her. What do I really expect her to say? I feel like I'm an old man with tired eyes and sad lips, a little grayer in my whiskers, a little less strength in my posture. She can do better. Ask me to stay, she whispers. Quit my job, crawl into bed with you, and forget about the world. It's not funny. It's sad. So heartbreaking. But my lips curl into a tiny grin. She's testing the waters. Hell, she might be chasing more than one dream. I don't know. What do I know? I'm not a destination. Not for her. I'm the obstacle, the distraction. A fucking pair of training wheels when she needs to ride on her own. She's ready, even if I'm not. After a minute or so of silence, each of us weighing our next words, idly watching our future together slip further and further away, I cup one side of her face. As she leans into my touch, I give her one last smile, my very best one. Have a safe trip home, my love.
Chapter 37. Emerson. Home. It's official. He's acknowledging that Atlanta is not my home, that he is not my home. I close my eyes and fight the ache in my chest, the tightness in my throat. His touch fades. His entire presence fades. And I'm left with the tiny echo of the door clicking shut. When I feel too much time has passed for him to turn around and come back to me, I text him. M. Send me the papers. Everything he said to me repeats in my head, a haunting echo eating away at my emotions. If I needed him? How was I supposed to respond to that? If I need him, does that make me weak? I've survived without him. Does that mean I don't need him? Need. The list of things I need is pretty short. Food, water, oxygen, and Zach. At the airport, I take a photo of my grande coffee, along with my feet propped up on my carry-on bag. California bound. Hashtag death is overrated. As I scroll through my Instagram feed, I come to an abrupt stop, slowly inching back up said feed. I smile, stopping on Zach's first official post. It's miles of sky above the clouds. The second most beautiful sight I've seen today. Hashtag pilot life. The joy I feel at this moment trumps how I felt in his arms. Everything we're not, everything we can't have, seems to suffocate who we are and what we do have when we're together. I double-tap his picture, giving it a heart, and contemplate commenting on it, but I don't. We've said enough for now. Maybe our destiny isn't anything more than friends. First, last, and always. When I land in LA, I text Zach, even though this is the first time he didn't ask me to do it. M. Home. It's not really home. I don't actually have a home right now. It's nothing new. Within seconds, he heart emojis my text. He's making an effort at something. I'm not sure what yet. And it's most unexpected, since my parting text to him was, "Send me the papers." The next morning, Leah drags my emotionally drained ass to breakfast at her favorite juice bar. She thinks a shot of wheatgrass will cure me of all the things. The smile on my face makes up for the lack of bounce in my step because I woke up to another Instagram post from Zach. It's a photo of him from behind, walking through an airport with his bag slung over his shoulder. It's quite candid and sexy. I'm not sure if he asked someone to take it, which oddly thrills me if he did, or if it happened to him unknowingly until said person showed it to him.
Good morning, Honolulu. #pilot life.
The fuckers in Hawaii. I smirk at the vulgar, jealous thoughts running through my head. What I wouldn't give to be on a beach in Hawaii with Zach. After a quick double tap on his photo, I snap a pic of my new white sneakers that Leah gave me, an overflow of free products that companies send her. The shoes retail for just over $300. Work perks. #shoe whore. I'm not sure what prompted Zach to start posting on Instagram. I hope it was me. But he continues to do it. One post a day over the next couple of months. Every post is a glimpse into his life as a pilot, and he uses one hashtag, pilot life. Until he posts a picture of a woman's pregnant belly with a henna tattoo on it. For a second, my heart falters, skipping more than one beat.
Can't wait to meet my niece. #proud uncle.
I break my no-comment rule after liking the post. It makes me a little emotional. Is it bittersweet? Is he thinking of the baby he never got the chance to have with Susie? Congrats to Danny and Aaron, ... and Uncle Zach, heart emoji. An hour later, Zach likes my comment. No reply, just a one-heart acknowledgement. That's enough. I waste no time sending 5 new outfits to Zach's house for him to give to Aaron and Danny, along with a card for them. Again, apologizing profusely for disrupting their wedding with my outburst. And a congratulatory card for his parents as well. On the note for Zach, I write, "Please give these to your family. I'm so happy for all of you. Much love, M. P.S. I hope you're happy." For whatever reason that I don't care to acknowledge, I find myself posting more often. I want Zach to see that I'm fine, whether I really am or not. And maybe that's the same reason he's posting. I'm fine, he's fine, life didn't end when we did. So many posts. Leah hunched down on the beach, taking a picture of a newly constructed sandcastle in the sunset with a young child blurred in the distance. #Malibu sunset, #blogger life, #photography. Santa Monica Pier, #West Coast, #blogger life, #photography. Me having coffee early in the morning while working on photo edits. #blogger life, #photography, #love my job. I share my life with Zach in a public way, and he does the same with me. No phone calls, no texts. I think we're moving on without saying the words. Except, he's never sent me divorce papers. I'm making enough money to get my own insurance, as long as I don't end up with some huge hospital bill. In April, I post a photo of a wedding we shot in Utah. Have you found your happily ever after? #forever, #wedding photo, #I do, #lovers. Zach has given a heart to everything I've posted, and I've done the same to his posts. Until today. He posts eerie-looking clouds from the cockpit. I post about a wedding dress. And he doesn't acknowledge my post at all? "Why the sad face, babe?" Leah asks, plopping down on the bed beside me. "Nothing. I'm just reading into nothing." She plucks my phone from my hands. "It's a great picture. If I got married tomorrow, I'd legit pick out a dress just like hers." "It's beautiful." I nod several times and roll my lips between my teeth. Leah hands my phone back to me and narrows her eyes. "What?" "Nothing. I mean..." I groan and flop back onto my pillow. "He didn't like it." "Who didn't like what?" "Zach. He didn't like the photo. He likes all of my posts, without fail. She chuckles. Maybe he hasn't been on to see it. Yes, he has. It shows that he was on just over an hour ago. I posted it 3 hours ago, and he's following less than 100 people. There's no way my photo didn't show up in his feed. So, why do you think he didn't like it? Because it's a wedding, and we're still married because he hasn't sent me divorce papers, and, I don't know, I'm going crazy. Why? Why do I care if he likes my photos? I'm so stupid. I close my eyes and blow out a long breath. You know, there's nothing saying that you can't send him divorce papers. It's nice of Leah to state the obvious. I know this. Just like I knew I could have texted or called him last winter when I was going crazy. I know. I really do know. It's possible I'm not moving forward as much as I thought. It's possible our keeping in touch via Instagram isn't the best mode of communication. The only thing that's worse than the inability to contextualize messages is the complete ambiguity of emojis and the timing of liking one's social media posts. I keep thinking, I rolled toward Leah, propping my head onto my bent arm, that I'll figure my shit out if I just take enough pictures, if I can just make sense of the world, piece it together like a puzzle. She scoots down and mirrors my pose while exhaling and offering a warm smile. I like that sentiment. I've never thought about it like that. You're wise for a young, orphaned adult. I roll my eyes. Funny, my mom had very little to do with molding me into the woman I've become, but the one thing she said in defense of her own actions, during a rare moment of sobriety and clarity, has become quite relevant in my own life. She said, the most complicated relationship you will ever have is the one with yourself. We are our own greatest mystery, our own biggest challenge. Life isn't a quest to find ourselves, it's a quest to define ourselves. Leah hums again, eating up every word I speak. And right now, I have so many words because my mind won't stop racing with a million thoughts. In a world filled with all kinds of definitions and labels, child, friend, daughter, woman, photographer, lover, how do I put them in order of importance? Or does it depend on the day or time in my life?
Chapter 38. Zach. Happy birthday, bro. Aaron hugs me right before we're seated at my favorite steakhouse. Danielle has been put on bed rest, and our parents are in Seattle visiting friends. Thanks. How's Danny? Bored. He rolls his eyes. But good. His smile is gold. I've never seen him so happy. How'd you get your birthday off? I shrug as we take a seat and open our menus. Just luck, I guess. I have an early flight tomorrow, though. Did you ever call Sadie? I nod. I did. And? He glances up at me from his menu. Did you go out with her? I nod slowly. And? She's nice. Nice, Aaron repeats. No one will be Suzanne. You know that, right? I mean, surely your therapist has worked that shit out with you. I'm not seeing a therapist anymore. Aaron eyes me. Don't give me that look. I roll my eyes. I'm fine. Fine, huh? Okay, so are you seeing Sadie again? I don't know. And it's not because I'm expecting her or anyone to be Suzanne. I'm just not sure what I'm looking for in a relationship at the moment. Would it have anything to do with the fact that you're married to a woman you never see? If Emerson's working, making decent money, I don't understand why you're still married. I've been busy, I murmur, acting overly interested in the menu when I know exactly what I'm going to order, because I always order the same thing here. Busy? It's a phone call to your attorney, that's it. Where is she anyway? When's the last time you talked to her? I set my menu on the table and take a sip of my water. It's been a while. I follow her Instagram posts. This morning she departed for London. Leah's mom is doing better, so they've decided to spend the summer in Europe. I pieced that much together from both Leah's and Emerson's posts. She texted me happy birthday. I look around the restaurant, feeling Aaron's gaze on me, inspecting me, judging me. Do you have feelings for her like she clearly has or had feelings for you at my wedding? Feelings. I scoff like it's a crazy question. What does that even mean? We're friends. We're good. We've been through a lot. Of course I care about her. Yeah, I get that, obviously. You married her to give her insurance, but have you had feelings for her that go beyond friendship? Mom thinks she's in love with you. Danny does too. They agree that Emerson wouldn't have acted so crazy had it not been love. I shrug as if I don't know. No. All I have to tell Aaron is no. I don't have feelings for her beyond friendship. Then I should call my attorney and make a clean break. No more questions asked. As these thoughts play in my mind, it leaves a pregnant pause in the conversation, which answers Aaron's questions before I utter a single word. Jesus, he shakes his head. You do have feelings for her. It's complicated. Or it was complicated. I don't think it's all that complicated anymore. Dude, no. Aaron slaps his menu down on the top of mine. There's nothing complicated about my question. Either she thinks she's your fake wife getting free health insurance, or she knows your feelings for her aren't fake like the marriage. Rubbing my fingers over my lips, I nod several times. She knows she is, or was, more than a fake wife. When? How? I glance away from him and mumble, I had sex with her in Malaysia. He only needs a small percentage of the truth to get the gist. Truth. I'm not sure I know the truth at this point. What? He leans forward, turning his head to bring his ear closer to me. You ransacked her metaplasia? No. I can't help but grin as I shake my head and clear my throat. I had sex with her in Malaysia. Aaron presses his lips together to hide his smirk. You had sex with the maid? I wince and trace my finger along the beer glass, smearing the condensation. Technically, I had sex with my wife. And how do you think Suzanne would feel about it? Grunting, I shake my head. Well, I think if she were here to think anything about it, there would be nothing to think about because I'd still be married to her. I wouldn't be married to Emerson or even thinking about her in any sort of romantic way. So really, that's a stupid question and you know it. Do you love her? I let his question hang in the air between us, echoing in my head, and sinking into that place deep in my chest. The place that knows the answer is a big fat yes. I never planned on falling in love with Emerson. When I fell in love with Suzanne, it felt fated, intentional. Tara died. Suzanne grieved. Our friendship grew. And one day it felt right to move beyond friends. With Emerson, it happened before I even realized what was happening. Suzanne's dying wish was for me to make a difference in the life of someone else. I now think that request had less to do with someone else and more to do with me. I think she knew it would force me to dig my heart out of my dead chest and allow it to beat again. Fuck. Aaron grins and shakes his head. You love her. That's the end, I say, tossing him a sad smile. It's the end. I'm going to end the marriage. It served its purpose. I'm going to let her find her life. Nobody stopped me from finding mine. And her feelings for me stem from not having a father in her life, never having a truly kind man in her life. She fell in love with the idea of me. I think she fell in love with Suzanne's husband. And one day, she'll wake up and realize she fell for the first guy who treated her well, not necessarily the right guy. After a few slow, thoughtful nods, Aaron takes a sip of his water and then blows out a slow breath. What if you're wrong? What if it's not the mere idea of you? What if it's actually you? It's not. She asked for the divorce months ago. As the waitress approaches us, Aaron gives me a slight smile and shrugs. Then you divorce her. End of story. End of story, I echo. Bro. Aaron runs his hand through his hair and laughs. What are you doing? Seriously, if you love her, go get her. I shake my head. I don't want to go get her. That's just it. I'm here, I have a job, I have my life. She's nurturing her passion and chasing her dreams. And I love that about her. I won't take it away. I won't even ask her to choose me. It's not even a choice. This is her life. Suzanne spent an entire summer living vicariously through Emerson. We became invested in Emerson's life. So even if I let my brain imagine a world where Suzanne wanted me with Emerson, it's no longer relevant. I'm not living my life for Suzanne. I'm living it for me. And my conscience won't let me clip Emerson's wings. That's not love. The anguish on Aaron's face is a reflection of my own. He takes a long pause to stare out the window before returning his attention to me. Leaning forward, he holds out his hands. Come here. I hesitate for a few seconds before leaning toward him. Aaron's big mitts frame my face. I'm so proud of you, bro. You cracked open that mummified chest of yours and let someone into it. So maybe she's not the right woman. Or maybe it's just crap timing. But you did it. And I'm just so fucking proud of you.
Chapter 39. Emerson. Mail! Leah tosses a large envelope in my direction as she walks into the flat we've rented for the summer. I'm going to talk my mom into moving to London. She opens a bottle of wine as I sit cross-legged on the sofa and open the envelope. I want to call this my home. You should too. Eyeing her with suspicion, I pull out the contents of the envelope as Harry Potter hops off my lap. You've said that about so many places we've visited. Yes, she pours a glass of wine. But I've never suggested relocating my mom. I've never suggested you move with me. This is my 4th time here, and I love it just as much as the first time. Really, I love it more every time I visit. Tell me you don't love it here, too. I shrug a shoulder. You know I do. My eyes trace the words on the papers in my hands. Then we do it. Nothing is holding us back, right? My heart breaks a little. Correction, it breaks a lot. What is it? Leah shuffles her bare feet in my direction, peering over my shoulder at the divorce papers from Zach, with little sticky tabbed arrows where I need to sign. Oh, that's... She takes a seat at the opposite end of the sofa, drawing her long legs underneath her. Good, right? You asked him to send you the divorce papers months ago. I can't speak, so I just nod ever so slightly. It's a sign. At the very moment that I suggest we move here, you open an envelope with divorce papers. That last thing tying you to America. Yeah, I managed the hint of a whisper. So, why do you look so miserable? I don't know. He didn't call or text me, giving me a heads up that he had finally done it. And he's been his normal self, posting on Instagram, commenting and liking my posts. He posts photos of Aaron and Danielle and his new niece, Nyla. Just the usual. Just because you're getting a divorce doesn't mean you still can't be friends. It means you've come a long way. You're making a good living doing exactly what you love, and he's taking back the piece of himself that he loaned you because you no longer need it. She sets her wine glass on the coffee table and scoots closer to me, resting her hands on my knees. We love, we let go, we move on. And, eventually, we love again. With the closest thing to an actual smile that I can muster, I nod once. Maybe he met someone. Squeezing my knees, she forces me to look at her instead of the papers in my hands. That's a good thing. It means he stopped grieving Susie, and I think you helped him do that. I bet he's so grateful for that, and Susie would be too. Clenching my jaw, I hold my breath and tell myself not to blink, not to move 1 inch because I'm one straw away from collapsing. But Leah frowns. It wouldn't be wrong for you to have a good cry about it right now. I nod at least a dozen times, shaking the tears from my eyes, just as my whole face contorts into an ugly cry. Oh, bae. Leah leans into me as my arms wrap around her neck. I have a good, long cry because I married the man of my dreams without a bended knee proposal, without a diamond ring, without all the excited butterflies. No dress, no family, no friends. We barely kissed, and then he went to the dentist. Still, I loved Zachary Hayes, and I can't imagine any man even coming close to him. Zach took his time sending me the papers, so I take my time signing them. 2 weeks after they arrive, he sends me a text. Zach. Did you get the papers? I did, thanks. That's been it. I let them reside in my nightstand drawer for the rest of the summer, while Leah and I photograph 5 weddings, a slew of family pictures, boudoir photos, and sport all the free stuff we're sent for being influencers. It doesn't take long for Leah to talk me into moving to London with her and her mom. At the end of the summer, we return home to pack all of our stuff. I have nothing to pack, but I have some loose ends to tie up. So I fly to Atlanta while Leah goes to New York to get the last of her belongings and her mom. As the driver pulls into Zach's driveway, unannounced, I notice an unfamiliar car. It takes me a few breaths to deal with the possibilities that unfamiliar car might represent. I hope life has been kind to him, and that he's found a woman who makes him laugh. It might be the closure I need before opening the next chapter of my life. The lights are on, and that brings a whole new rush of emotion that I thought I had under control. Taking several deep breaths, I get out of the Uber and force my heels to click their way to his front door, suitcase in tow. My shaky finger rings the doorbell. After a few seconds, an unfamiliar man answers the door. Hi, he smiles. Can I help you? Is Zach home? His forehead narrows. No, sorry. He no longer lives here. Oh. I clear my throat, trying to process this information. Do you happen to know where he lives? I'm an idiot. Why do I insist on these surprise visits? I have his phone number. It's hard to explain, but I just want it to be a surprise. Sorry, I don't. Okay. Thanks. I return a quick smile and order another ride as I make my way back down the driveway. So much for the element of surprise. I'm the one who is surprised. Why did he sell the house? Too many memories. Another woman? On the way to the nearest hotel, I make the call. It rings 4 times, and I consider hanging up instead of leaving a message, but then he answers. Hi. I start to speak, but his voice still does things to me. Hi. My voice wobbles. How are you? He asks with way more confidence than I can muster at the moment. I'm, good. Actually, I'm in Atlanta. You moved. I did. What brings you to Atlanta? Jesus. He resurrects all the butterflies in my stomach. I can't believe he's asking me this. He has to know why I'm here. Tying up some loose ends? I see. Well, I happen to be in Atlanta as well. Good timing, I say before a long pause of silence hovers between us. I've loved your Instagram photos. Nyla is precious. Aaron and Danny look so happy. You look happy too. Huh, yeah, so many pictures. Megan, she's the reason for the posting. We've flown together quite a bit. She's all about Instagram. Okay. I made the assumption I was the reason. Keeping us connected. Flight attendant? Pilot, he says. I have no right to be jealous. All the usual suspects line up in my mind's recurring self-lecture on reasons I'm letting go of Zach. However, my mind seems to do a great job at multitasking. I can give myself the lecture and be irrationally jealous of this Megan chick taking pictures of my husband's ass. Soon to be ex-husband. Is she married?
Single. Why?
No reason.
Oh, Megan has a cat named Professor Dumbledore. I told her about Harry Potter. She thought that was awesome.
Is it Professor Dumbledore giving him such joy? Or is it single Megan? You told her about my cat?
Of course.
So you told her about me?
I told her I have a friend with a cat named Harry Potter.
Jesus, what are we? Fine, I get it. He doesn't want to tell the world he's married, but have I not earned? I don't even know where that thought is going. Girlfriend? I'm not his girlfriend. We ended without saying the words. I can't ask him to wait for me while I find my place in this world, and he can't ask me to be with him as if he is that place. He's not, right? My place in life can't be a person. Can it? My entire psyche twists into a big knot. We're over. I have the divorce papers in my carry-on to prove it. He interrupts my thoughts.
Where are you? Have you had dinner?
I'm getting out of an Uber at a Marriott. I'll probably order room service.
I'll pick you up and take you to dinner. Which Marriott?
I smile at the Uber driver and mouth, "Thank you," as he sets my suitcase on the curb. No, I haven't had dinner. Peachtree Center Avenue.
Meet you out front in 20?
Sounds, painful. Fine. After I get a room and quickly fix my hair, I head down to the lobby. As soon as I make it through the front door, I see Zach leaning against the side of his car, a huge grin on his face. Be cool. I can't. There is not an ounce of coolness left inside of me as my feet race toward him as I throw myself into his arms. How many couples end their marriage with this much enthusiasm?
Miss me?
He chuckles. I try so hard to keep from crying, and I succeed, but just barely. No, I say, as he sets me back onto my feet. I quickly wipe the corners of my eyes and laugh a little. You really look like you needed a hug. Zach scratches his scruffy face. I love him clean-shaven or growing a beard. I love him always. I love him always.
I think I did.
He winks. My face hurts from this grin he brings to it.
Greasy burgers and fries?
Zach opens the passenger door for me.
Or has London ruined you for shitty American fare?
I laugh. Not even close. As he pulls away from the curb, I find my gaze glued to him. Super glued. Why did you sell the house? He keeps his eyes on the road and shrugs.
It was time.
I thought you loved that house.
I loved the life I had in that house, but I'm gone a lot now. It became nothing more than empty rooms that reminded me of what I'd lost. So, I sold it in less than a day, and I bought a tiny home.
I snort. I'm sure it's not tiny.
No, it's an actual tiny home. It's on my parents' property. When I'm working, my mom uses it as a she-shed to get away from my dad.
You bought a tiny home? He grins. Funny, I thought... I shift my attention to the street.
You thought what?
I thought you met someone. I thought maybe it was weird for them to be in the same house where Susie lived with you.
My dating life is pathetic on a good day. It's why I didn't find a serious relationship until I met Suzanne. She traveled with her job just as much as I did.
Your Professor Dumbledore friend would have a similar schedule. What's her name?
Megan.
Megan, I echo.
What about you? Seeing anyone? A British bloke?
He pulls into the parking lot of the restaurant. Not really. Lots of great friends, but that's about it. I have a male friend taking care of Harry Potter while I'm here, but he's gay, so I don't see that going anywhere. I open my door and follow Zach into the restaurant with my handbag and the signed divorce papers inside of it. Once we're seated and place our orders, Zach shifts his drink and silverware to my side of the booth. For a second, I squint at him.
Scooch.
He slides in next to me, resting his hand on my leg. Leaning over, he whispers in my ear,
I heard all the cool couples sit on the same side of the booth.
Then he kisses my cheek as I laugh through tears. So many tears. My lips quiver as I say, I signed the papers. I love him so much, and this hurts so much. It's just not our time, not our lifetime. Leaving his lips hovering between my cheek and my ear, he whispers,
I figured.
His hand gently cups the back of my head, and he pulls me into his chest, letting me sob on his shoulder. How is it possible to be so happy and so broken-hearted at the same time? Zach doesn't ask why I'm crying. He just holds me. After my silent sobs subside, I lean back and wipe my messy face.
It's been an honor.
Zach gives me a smile that conveys complete truth and love.
Being your husband.
Liar. I sniffle while my salty lips bend into a half-smile. He doesn't respond. He doesn't have to. I see it in his eyes. He means it.
So, what's next?
I finish wiping my eyes and sniffle, fighting to regain a little composure. Funny you should ask. I'm moving to London with Leah and her mom. With wide eyes, Zach's jaw goes slack. I'm not sure I've ever seen real shock on his face.
You're serious?
I find a real smile because I am excited about the idea of living in London. Serious. Leah got us both jobs with the magazine. We'll still be able to travel and keep our blogs going. They're encouraging it because they're a travel magazine. So, instead of jumping into another fake marriage just to live in London, I've officially been hired and sponsored by a UK company. Zach frowns.
I hate the term fake marriage.
I roll my eyes to lighten the mood. You know what I mean.
I do,
he says, as the waiter sets our food in front of us.
But it wasn't entirely fake. Not for me, anyway.
I place my napkin on my lap. Well, it was something. Crazy, impulsive, overly generous, life-saving. I'm not sure what to call it, but we can't call it a real marriage.
No?
Taking a bite of my cheeseburger, I shake my head while chewing it. I won't call a marriage real, I wipe my mouth, unless there's a ring involved. Words so romantic I want to cry, and a long engagement while my fiancé and I decide if our wedding will be in a Gothic cathedral or on an island we rent and invite only a handful of friends and family. Either way, a beautiful white dress will be involved. I pop a fry into my mouth. Nothing about my life has been normal or conventional. I'd never slept in a house with a Christmas tree until I met you and Susie. Zach's eyebrows slide together, offering pity I no longer need. Not that I ever did.
Growing up, you never had a Christmas tree? Not once?
I shake my head. My mom decorated a doorway or two with red and silver tinsel garland, but don't feel bad for me. She made up for it on Easter Sunday. That's when she'd hide eggs. But I had to be very careful not to break them because they were our breakfast for that week. Zach's frown deepens.
No candy? Chocolate bunnies? Marshmallow peeps?
I shake my head.
Just hard-boiled eggs?
Oh no, they weren't hard-boiled. I'd wake up on Easter morning and eventually rouse my mom out of her drunken stupor. It usually involved an, "Oh shit, baby, I'm sorry, give me 5 minutes." I'd wait in the bathroom for closer to 30 minutes while she ran to the store, bought a dozen eggs, then hid them, uncooked. So yeah, when I get married, for real, the wedding will be its own fairy tale. Christmases will involve a big, real tree, heart-shaped boxes of chocolate on Valentine's Day, and the most spectacular Easter egg hunt ever. You know, the kind that's a treasure hunt leading to a monstrous basket of jelly beans, chocolate bunnies, and yes, those peeps. And don't even get me started on Halloween. I laugh. Finally, Zach lets go of his pitiful expression and offers a little chuckle.
I guess I've lived a charmed life. I feel a little guilty for that.
Don't, I shake my head. I've never buried the love of my life, and if I never have to, at least not for another 60-plus years, then I will confidently be able to say that it was I, not you, who lived a charmed life. No amount of perfect holidays can erase the kind of pain you experienced with Susie. There it is, the look I've been waiting for. If there were ever a time to tell him, it's now. He needs to know I saw him the night that Susie died. I know what he did, and it's okay. Zach, We start to speak at the same time. You first, I say. He nods several times. I'm okay. I've married the two greatest women, not counting my mom, who I have ever met. I love my job and my family. I don't have an ounce of debt, and a tiny house. I have a tiny house. Bringing his fist to his mouth, he chuckles. I can't help but giggle at his take on life. Susie would be proud of this glass-half-full attitude. And thank you. A little sobriety for the moment settles between us as I wait for him to look at me. It's been an honor being your wife, your friend, even your maid. For a second, I swear I see a little emotion in his eyes. But then he clears his throat and focuses on the world's most interesting hamburger again. Yeah, well, you were a shit maid. I snort. I was not. You were. When you weren't letting Suzanne braid your hair, you were half naked chasing your cat around my backyard. Opening my mouth, I nearly respond to his craziness, but I just as quickly clamp my jaw shut. Resting my hand on his leg, I lean toward him and whisper in his ear. I'm going to miss you, Zachary Hayes. As my lips brush his cheek, giving it a soft peck, he swallows hard. I'm not sure he could speak right now if he wanted to, so I rest my forehead on his arm and just breathe a few slow breaths. He brings his hand to mine on his leg and interlaces our fingers. On our way back to my hotel, I break the silence just as he attempts to do the same thing. Zach, Suzanne was... I grin. You go first. Suzanne wasn't the love of my life. She was a love in my life. Her and her ridiculous theory about soulmates, not S-O-L-E mates. Well, it wasn't ridiculous after all. I don't want you to ever think back on us and feel like you were less. Zach shrugs a shoulder. Anyway, I just didn't want anything left unsaid between us. He smiles. It's not as sad as I remember it being in the past when he talked about her. I'm not sure what to say. Did I deep down know, or have I let myself feel like I was a little less, like I had to earn space in his heart? Zach stops his car at the entrance to my hotel, and I reach into my bag and pause. I posted a photo of a bride on Instagram a while back, and you didn't like it or comment. I know it sounds stupid, but it bothered me for a while because you've commented on or liked all of my posts. Did you not see it? I glance up from my bag. Zach confesses his truest love for me, and I can't let go of a stupid missing like on social media. A long pause lands between us before he nods several times. It's when I realized that while I gave you something important, I also took something too. I mirror his slow nod. I think I understand, but I don't know what to say, so I pull out the divorce papers and hand them to him. For a few seconds he stares at them like if he touches them, it will make things real. I know the feeling. It's the same one I had when I signed them. Every day since Susie died, we've been searching for something real when it's been real all along. And now it's too late. We are over, and that's our new reality. After he takes the papers, I unfasten my seatbelt and open the door. If you're ever in London, he does that hard swallow again. Absolutely. I climb out of his car and duck my head back inside, giving him my very best smile. Zach, you're still the greatest human I have ever known, and I don't think you give yourself enough credit. That's what I started to say earlier. I just thought you should know. That's why I'm surprised someone hasn't grabbed a hold of you. I know I never wanted to let go. He's not lost his ability to keep me captive with a look, and after a long, silent pause, he gives me what I know has to be his very best smile, too. Thank you, Emerson. I catch the door at the last second, gripping the handle until I can't feel my fingers, and I close my eyes. I don't want anything left unsaid between us. I ease back into the passenger seat, keeping my eyes straight ahead, my heart hammering until I feel my whole body vibrate. Em? Drawing in a long breath, I swallow hard. No. Again, I swallow past the emotion. The night she died, I heard the commotion. I tiptoed to your room and just watched. I know what you did. I can't look at him. He doesn't seem to move or even breathe. Then all at once, a painful sob breaks from his chest and his whole body trembles. As I blink a river of tears, I close my eyes, reach my hand over, and rest it on his leg. His hand covers mine, squeezing unbearably hard. He no longer bears this secret alone. I love him too much to walk away without taking some of his burden, the way he's unconditionally carried so much of mine. I've never seen such... I can barely speak past the ache in my chest. A selfless, beautiful act of love. I climb out and shut the door.
Chapter 40. Zach. 3 knocks at the door to my tiny house. It's Mom. Always 3 knocks. Come in. I close my book and stand from my chair. Hey, look who wanted to see you. I grin at Neela asleep in the carrier attached to my mom. She can't see me while she's sleeping, and we both know you're not going to let me hold her. You are so wrong, my dear boy. Mom unfastens Neela and hands her to me. We manage to make the exchange without waking her. I need to pee before I wet myself. I softly chuckle as she bolts toward my toilet. Easing back into my chair, my nose goes straight to Neela's head. The addictiveness of baby smell is real, minus poop and spit up. Tell me you still want a family someday, Mom says when she exits the bathroom and takes a seat in the chair adjacent to mine. Keeping my chin tipped to my chest, I stare at Neela. Want, I whisper. I'm not sure life cares about what I want. I'm pretty much at its mercy, taking whatever it gives me and trying to accept it. You know, she didn't die. My gaze lifts to hers as I narrow my eyes. Emerson, she didn't die. You willingly let her go. I shake my head. Willingly is not the right word. No? Mom's head cants to the side. Then what is the right word? I stepped aside. She frowns. Willingly? Again, I shake my head. Yes, Zachary, you let her go. She didn't leave you. Same difference. It's not. I grunt. What was I supposed to do? Ask her to give up on her dreams to clean houses and pop out my babies? Zachary Kendrick Hayes. Mom's frown deepens. Just stop. Stop what? I ask, feeling a little annoyed with this conversation. Stop making excuses. Stop pretending you've moved on. Stop pretending that you're a martyr, only looking out for everyone around you. I'm not buying it. And I'd let it slide if I weren't watching you do the same darn thing every day. Work, eat, sleep, longingly admire what your brother has. Wash, rinse, repeat. We're on different paths. We're at different places in our lives. It was just bad timing, and I've accepted that. Sorry if I haven't jumped into another relationship. I was lucky enough to find 2 great women to love in my life. Maybe that's it for me. The door opens behind us. Mom looks over her shoulder at Dad. Oh, good. I need you to take Neela into the house. If she wakes, change her diaper. She plucks Neela from my chest, waking her in the process, and hands her to Dad. He takes her while giving me a wide-eyed expression. "Go," Mom says. "I need a few minutes with Zach, and it could get loud, so I don't want to startle Neela." It's going to get loud. Dad gives me a "you poor bastard" look before closing the door behind him and Neela. "Do you love her?" Mom parks her fisted hands on her hips. It takes me a second. I feel 10 again, on the verge of being sent to my room or having my Nintendo taken away for a week. Of course, but no buts. Pack a bag and go to her. Get on one knee and say everything that you've been too afraid to say since the day you first realized you're in love with her. Spoiler alert, she'll say yes. That young woman loves you, and you, she points a finger at me. You, my precious boy, are worthy. You are worthy of love. You are worthy of every dream. You are worthy of happiness. Emerson left you because you didn't give her what she needed. You pushed her away. I didn't want her to stay. You're not listening to me. I stand, pacing a few feet in each direction while lacing my fingers behind my neck. Zach? I continue to pace. Life is good as long as I can keep my emotions separated, rationalized, and 10 feet away from my heart at all times. Zach? I stop pacing when I notice my mom's voice has lost its edge. She had to leave? She asks. I nod several times. Mom gives me her sad smile, her "you stupid boy" smile. Okay, but you don't have to stay. I start to speak, but I can't. Her words are too heavy in the air, crushing my chest with their truth. I think you think Emerson needed your insurance, needed you to pay off her debt, needed a place to stay. But I don't believe that. I think she needed you, and you just couldn't see that. Maybe it was because your relationship with her has lived in the shadows of Suzanne, her memories, her lingering presence here. And Emerson was too afraid to dream big. She was too afraid to dream of having everything. I'm sure the young woman who had nothing for so long must have felt greedy for asking for everything. She is worthy, Zach. You are worthy. Get on a plane and go to her. Love has no boundaries. You can fly planes anywhere. Hell, you can afford to retire early and bag groceries at the store in your free time if you wanted to. Or you could just spend the rest of your life watching her do all the amazing things you know she's going to do. A family. You could have a family, sweetheart. You don't have to hold her back. You can walk beside her. That's love, my dear. And you are worthy.
Chapter 41. Emerson. I moved to London, get settled into our new place, get settled into my new job. Then Zach sends me a copy of the divorce decree. We are officially divorced. I fold it into a million little pieces, a pathetic attempt at origami, and shove it into a drawer. Since I left Atlanta, he's been posting more on Instagram. I like to think it's for me and not Megan. It's no longer just photos of #pilot life. He shares photos of his family, especially his adorable niece. Photos of his tiny house, which is adorable in its own right. Last week he was in France and he posted a photo of Amiens Cathedral, a Gothic cathedral. The week before that, he posted a Halloween photo of him dressed as Iron Man. When he's not posting about his life, he's liking and commenting on mine. In some ways, I feel closer to him now than I did when we lived together, when we were married. But I know, one day I'm going to see him post a selfie with a woman who is not his mom, his sister-in-law, or his niece, and it's going to break my heart again. I think hearts are the one thing in life that work better broken. All those cracks and holes let the love inside. Love is fluid, filling every space, moving with time, a solvent for all other emotions. Until it breaks, I'm not sure we really feel true love. A week before Thanksgiving, Zach texts me that he'll be in London tomorrow, but just for the day. M. I don't think I'll be wrapped up until 4. Would love to see you, though. Zach.
Let's grab an early dinner.
M. Okay, I'll let you know when I'm done. He replies with a thumbs up emoji. Leah and I spend the day in Oxford at a photo shoot for the magazine. By the time we get back to London, it's a little after 4:30. Dinner with Zach isn't going to make you relapse, is it? Leah asks, stopping in front of my place. He's my friend, not a drug, I laugh, opening the door. She rolls her eyes. Just great. You're already lying to yourself. It's a simple dinner. I've never been at a better place in my life, and I think he'd say the same thing. Be proud of me. Bye, babe. I blow her a kiss and shut the door, quickly sending off a text to Zach as I climb the stairs to my flat. An hour later, I arrive at the restaurant he chose. After a quick glance around, I take a seat at the bar and order a drink. The bartender pours my glass of wine while I text Zach. M. You almost here? Zach.
I'm here. Just watching you.
I swivel on the bar stool, unable to hide my grin as I scan the restaurant again. It's crowded, and I can't see him. M. Stop. LOL. Where are you? Zach.
I've missed you.
I look like a fool, laughing to myself as I search in every direction. M. Then stop hiding. Zach.
Before Suzanne died, she said, Emma's a good soul, a survivor, a giver, a nurturer. Any guy would be lucky to have her.
He's drunk. That's the only explanation. I call him.
You look stunning tonight, he says.
Holding my phone to my ear with one hand and my wine glass in my other hand, I start to navigate the restaurant. How much have you had to drink?
Too bad your shirt is on inside out.
I glance down at my blouse. I'm not sure why, because there's no way to put a button down on inside out and actually button it. Ha ha. What are you doing? Seriously, how much have you had to drink?
Did you know you don't actually have to be British to work for a British airliner?
My nose wrinkles. What are you talking about?
Since you have no family, I went to Suzanne's grave and got permission.
So drunk, Captain Hayes. You are so drunk with your gibberish. Where are you? As I continue to weave my way through the restaurant, patrons begin to stare. I'm sure they're wondering what I'm doing. Until they stop. Stop eating, stop talking, stop moving, like someone pressed pause on all life. Silence. So I stop because something is wrong. Zach, I whisper, feeling uneasy. Where are you?
I'm here,
he says, but his voice isn't coming from my phone. It's coming from behind me. I quickly turn, so freaked out by what's happening around me.
One knee?
He asks. I can't breathe when I see him, when I see Leah 10 feet away with her camera held to her face, barely hiding her huge grin and the tears on her cheeks.
I think your next proposal was supposed to involve one knee, correct?
He gets on one knee and pulls a ring from the pocket of his best suit, cranberry tie.
Emerson.
Emerson.
You should get the lamb tonight. I hear it's phenomenal,
he says, as if he can help ward off my tears. A nervous laugh rattles my chest, eyes burning with indescribable emotion. Swallowing past the lump in my throat, I nod and try to hold back the inevitable. Your mom should have told you to get a haircut before you came here. His grin swells as he nods.
I'll get a haircut.
I'll order the lamb, I whisper.
But the real question is, will you marry me? Because it's all I think about, all day, every day. I dream of a long engagement, getting measured for the perfect tux with a tie in some shade of pink. I dream of Gothic cathedrals and private islands. I try not to imagine you in a white wedding dress, because just the thought takes my breath away. But not as much as imagining you having my babies.
He places his free hand over his heart.
Can you just imagine? Can you imagine traveling the world together, making love on grassy hilltops, picking out Christmas trees, hiding chocolate eggs for our kids. He lets all the just imagines linger in the air around us as I spell out my answer in tears. I love you, he says. I love you as much as one human can possibly love another human. I have never loved anyone more than I love you. So just marry me, Emerson.
Zach, I glance around the restaurant. He planned this. I don't know how he did it, but he has exceeded my dreams times 1,000,000. We just got, I lower my voice, divorced.
Is that a yes or a no?
Zachary! I shake my head, wiping my cheeks. This is insane. He gets up and cups my face, kissing my tears, whispering over my cheek so that only I can hear him.
Be my wife, Em.
With a shaky lower lip and several tiny nods, I whisper back, Yes, I'll be your wife. Again. He grins, just as he kisses me, just as the restaurant erupts into applause and whistling, just as Leah snaps a slew of shots of this moment to capture the exact one where I hand him the rest of my heart. At this moment, I hear Susie so clearly. You are courageous. You found your soulmate. Humans are interchangeable puzzle pieces. We fit into more than one space. You fit with Zach. I always knew you would. Be happy, my dear friend. Epilogue. Emerson. Some people aren't meant to live traditional lives. As much as I thought I longed for the simplicity of tradition, it's not in my blood. You may kiss the bride. As Zach leans down to kiss me, I say, I think it's just permission, not a requirement. Like, you may kiss the bride doesn't mean we have to kiss. He grins and shrugs.
Have it your way.
My jaw drops in disbelief as he takes my hand and starts to lead me back down the aisle, the narrow path of sand dividing the small gathering of family and close friends. Leah catches everything with her camera, and her new assistant captures it on video. Zachary Kendrick Hayes. I tug his hand to stop him. He turns, wearing a victorious grin.
Emerson Jane Hayes.
Kiss Mommy, Clara Suzanne Hayes yells. Yeah, we may have conceived her the same night he proposed to me. Life hasn't followed the dreams of all the things I thought I was missing in my life. Turns out, I wasn't missing anything. We've made our own traditions, our own rules. We've forged our own path. The unexpected has felt real. The unpredictable has given greater meaning to each day. Every day with Zach is the life I never dared to dream. It's taken us 3 years to squeeze a wedding into our busy lives. Once I had his love, his arms, his declaration to the world that he loved me, and his baby, the marriage seemed a little less important. We chose lazy mornings with just the 3 of us in bed. We chose trips to Italy and quick hops across the pond to visit Zach's family. We've made London our home base, and the world has been a playground, a canvas on which we've drawn the most beautiful adventures of our life thus far. I grin at Clara in her light pink flower girl dress before returning my attention to Zach.
Are you and our daughter done bossing me around?
He asks. The small gathering laughs. I nod, biting my lower lip, as he slides his hand behind my neck and pulls me to him for the kiss of all kisses, while his other hand rests against the side of my 6-month pregnant belly. Barefoot and pregnant with our second child on our wedding day. Nothing traditional about us.
I love you, my beautiful wife.
I thought he was the right person at the wrong time in my life. I was wrong. Zach taught me patience. Patience with my life, with him, and with myself. There's rarely a day that I don't think about Suzanne. She's the reason I have Zach and our precious family. I know she's watching us, and she's smiling. She knows Zach doesn't love me more, just differently. Different. I think every part of life is fluid, ever-changing. Susie taught me that. Love is inclusive and something humans share in many ways. It doesn't define us, it refines us. Makes us better for having taken a chance on it. We are different people at different times in our lives. Today, I'm basking in that sweet spot. Artist, friend, mother, and wife.
This is the end of Before Us, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more contemporary romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Before Us, produced by Hannah Grenfell, written by Jewel E. Ann, performed by Michael Gallagher and Charlotte North, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2023 by Jewel E. Ann. Production copyright 2023 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.